Доброго ранку, шановні учасники.
Good morning, distinguished participants. We are starting. May I kindly ask you to find seats in the front rows to the right or left of me.
Вітаю вас на конференції.
Welcome to our conference, Organic Grain and Oilseed
Прошу займайте місця.
Production, Processing, and Exports. May I remind you that we are working today in a hybrid format. Some of our participants are present in person here, but we also have over 200 participants that
Я вітаю також
may join us online. Welcome all those who are online with us today. May I take this opportunity to express our gratitude to the Armed Forces of Ukraine, Border Guards, National Guard of Ukraine, medical professionals, and emergency personnel who help our country live and resist the invasion. Actually, the event that we are holding today is something that we should credit to them. Hope that we have no red alerts raised today, but if they are, we don't have to move anywhere because this room is well protected. In other words, in case of a raid alert, we can continue our proceedings here. Now, without further ado, let me invite representative of the Ministry of Agrarian Policy and Foods, Deputy Minister Oksana Osmachka, to take the floor. The ministry is doing a lot to promote organic agriculture in Ukraine. There are different events that the ministry supports and promotes. The ministry is trying to bring Ukrainian legislation in line with EU acquis. So we hope that organic agriculture will evolve in Ukraine at a fast pace. Good morning, distinguished colleagues, dear participants. It is my pleasure to be with you today at this important event dedicated to organic. And let me say thank you to all long-standing partners, USAID, organic initiative. This event is held under the auspices of the ministry, but we all know that alone we won't achieve much success. We do rely on partnership with many other organizations and international partners of Ukraine. You may recall that the Ukrainian legislation in organic production has been adapted to European legislation. I am in charge of European cooperation and integration at the ministry. They have been and remain a priority for us. The ministry has been working hard to align domestic legislation with the European laws. In the past 18 months, the European Union adopted a number of laws. Our organic group drafted a legislation that is supposed to further align our legislation with European acquis. The draft law on aligning domestic legislation with EU acquis is currently being coordinated with all the stakeholders. Key changes to be introduced by this draft law are extending the range of what can be certified as organic, including rawhide and meals. Mandatory certification will apply to all organic producers. In other words, shops selling organic will also have to comply with that legislation. Another amendment involves measures to reduce burden on operators and increasing it on the certification authority. The adoption of this law will help unify rules for producers and exporters, both domestically and internationally, improve state oversight so that end users know that they buy certified purely organic products. Legislative changes were started not only because Ukraine voted for Green Deal and Euro integration, but also because domestic businesses are generally interested in growing their exports. Therefore, I wouldn't earn much if I said that this has been largely a bilateral process. Our businesses were probably the first to initiate changes to the legislation of Ukraine due to communication of the government, our international partners and businesses. We started the discussion of all the risks, including those stemming from the hostilities in Ukraine that are very high, may affect production of organic products. Therefore, we initiated negotiations with the European Union and other stakeholders in order to facilitate exports of organic products. The EC, as a result, decided to exclude Ukraine from the list of the countries subject to enhanced controls. Almost 95% of Ukrainian organic exports goes to EU member states. Ukraine, as represented at various fairs organized under the auspices of our ministry, under the aegis of international technical assistance, projects are that we pride ourselves on within the framework of international fairs of Ukrainian organic products. We organize meetings with importers from Middle East, Asia, Europe. The ministry is currently working on including organic products in the rations offered to school children. This work is going on with assistance of Ukraine's First Lady, and we will certainly continue on this path. It is important to offer organic products to our school children. The market of organic product has existed for 2 years. 2 certification authorities were created, and almost 250 operators are now on the statewide register of organic operators. In 2023, the first state logo labeled products hit the market. Currently, organic products follow international standards and the Ukrainian legislation. Therefore, promoting organic production is part and parcel of the rural development strategy approved by the ministry and other program documents that the government is working on. We'd certainly be happy to stay in communication with you and discuss initiatives you find important for you to make sure that organic production in Ukraine grows and pushes for more exports. So we are always open to dialogue with you. Once again, let me compliment USAID for their help in organizing this event. Thank you.
Дуже дякую, пані Оксано.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Ministry, for consistently supporting us organic production. Indeed, this event is held within the framework of USAID AGRO Program that supports a number of important initiatives in our agrarian sector. But this is indeed the first event geared towards promotion of organic production. Hopefully, not the last one. But may I ask Madam Sidorkina to take the floor and say a few words in behalf of USAID Agro. Thank you very much, dear friends, distinguished colleagues. Indeed, I find it my extreme pleasure to join those who welcome this event, Oksana in particular. Indeed, in the recent years, we have observed a very close cooperation between the government and businesses. We have prided ourselves on being able to standing by you and helping you achieve what you aim for. Organic production is business, have love. It's about business, it's about profits, it's about making sure that we maximize our profits, ideal kind of business, but on the other hand, it makes our planet cleaner, our food better. Thank you for feeding myself, my son, so I personally take great pleasure in supporting you. Events like that are not that regular nowadays because of the circumstances. So it is, I understand, our privilege to be able to take part in person. Organic, by the way, is also about trust. All our projects rest on trust between consumer and producer along the production chain and supply chain. This is a cornerstone of business development of Ukraine. So once again, we're very happy to be able to work with you. Let me tell you a little bit about how it all started, which goals we defined, which outcomes we've already noted, at least the first results that confirmed that we were right. When we started on this project with Organic Standard, the vision was clear. Because of the war, some markets are now gone. War-related savings reduces financing, so we wanted to help Ukrainian agrarian sector not to be on the losing side. Organic Standard clients have exported 3 times as much as they did last year, so that's a good trend. Let it grow. As respects the areas we support, there were 3 key areas: financial, to certification, lab tests for the purposes of certification, and promoting organic exports. Once I told you I'm very happy you can provide food to me, but in order to support organic production, we need to retain markets where we are and those markets that are aware of the value of organic products. So key task is to expand our market penetration and make our products even better. I don't want to take too much of your time. I hope that events like that will be held more regularly. Once again, let me say that we are happy to be able to stand by you, developing new areas, educating consumers who can tell chips from real food. So I only wish you higher crops, better sales, and more experts along the way. In spite of all the challenges, we'll be helping you along. Thank you. Have a good day. Thank you. Thank you very much for your support, Ksenia. On behalf of producers, I can tell that they are as hopeful as you are for the continuation of this cooperation. Organic Standard is yet another co-convener. I'm Serhiy Olszewski, Director, Organic Standard, and as you may have already guessed, I'll be moderating this event. Generally, Organic Standard is a Ukrainian certification authority. However, we work not only in Ukraine, but outside of it, in Moldova, Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan, Uzbekistan, which is cool to be able to export our services to other jurisdictions. We are not a classical certification authority. Insofar as we are based in Ukraine, it is important to help develop Ukrainian organic sector. So we are not just a certification authority, but an organization that promotes organic production businesses. Therefore, aside from certification services, we provide other types of services. We do annual market research, and as we have access to a lot of relevant data, so we jointly with Organic Info publish studies. You may find them at Organic Info portal in order to help our operators be updated on the current trends and developments. We have also created a dashboard that you'll hear more about in a while, that allows real-time access to data showing which products are exported where. Based on the results of our study, we do ratings of the better-known organic brands or best value-added exporters in order to ultimately popularize organic production, to show that we have some very good brands, to educate consumers of them, including through social media. We also do trainings. Many of them we are happy to share our competence on YouTube Organics Standard channel. You can hear more about the requirements of EU law on organic. We did a number of special trainings on YouTube. Again, you can see a lot about organic beekeeping. I can be talking about our projects and standards we're implemented in order to promote market development, but I will only mention 3 new projects. Organic Tech being one of them that we are starting. It'll help us create a list of organic production consultants and products, so that you have a one-stop shop if you're interested in organic production. By the end of the year, we hope to launch it. We also launching organic export club that is the name of which is self-explanatory. We also going to publish market analytics to provide lessons learned and otherwise promote live communication. Probably I'll tell you more about and organic organic school. Again, if you go to YouTube, you'll be able to access a lot of free video, but often people ask us, in addition to video, we need to make sure that our personnel has upgraded their skills. So this school allows access to testing tools and ultimately our certificates of their competencies. So in other words, we are implementing a number of projects and the planning to have even more. This conference will be discussing organic and oilseed, organic grain and oilseed. Why such agenda? Because of COVID-19 and, of course, the full-scale invasion, we haven't done lots of events like that. The sector's concern was growing, the number of operators. So our goal today is to act as matchmakers, and we are very happy that USAID AGRO has found it possible to support us in our initiative. While grain and oil seeds, again, about 90% of our exports, Ukrainian exports, are either grain or oil seeds processed or not. Yes, we also grow fruit and vegetables. It's growing, but grain and oil seeds are still at the top of the list. Of course, we're interested in growing the share of processed products, and one of our panels will be dedicated to ways of adding value to agricultural produce. This coming Sunday will be marking our day. The grain producers, agricultural producers. So thanks again for coming, for joining online and offline. I see that our live audience, offline audience is increasing. May I now ask Elena Dyneko of Organic Initiative, chairperson of the board. They are our partner in this event. They have been very active in the market. They create value. Ms. Dyneko, as we are happy to see you here.
Thank you, Serhiy, and a big thank you to our donors, the USAID AGRO Program. Thank you, Organic Standard, for giving the public sector the opportunity to co-organize the event and participate in this block as well. My name is Elena Dyneko. I'm head of the board of the NGO Organic Initiative. What are NGOs, business associations for organic markets? In every market, in all the countries where organic markets function, such business associations occupy an important place, and they play an important role, being an active part of the development of organic sector. What do they usually do? They communicate with state authorities at different levels And these public unions might have their own impact at legislation. They lobby the interests of the business. They attract international funds and funding to develop important development programs in their respective sectors. They increase the demand. They contribute to the cells, so they play an important role. And we, as an NGO, can see our important role. We have been functioning as a union since 2020, and we've been mostly focusing on the development of internal sales of organic products. We've been holding different projects to study consumers' habits. We've tried to increase the demand on organic products in Ukraine. We currently have the fourth grant programs we initiated since the full-scale invasion started. Over the years 2022-23, we've held three grant programs, and we try to use donors' funds to support small and medium agricultural business. We are also proud of the fact that soon we will announce a very powerful two-year program supported by the Ministry of Exterior of France. This will be the program on improvement of child nutrition in schools of Ukraine. We also plan to work on support to experts. We think that on the one hand, we need to be a platform to group different businesses. On the other hand, we can see that businesses require our support as business platform. We are functioning as a platform and business association at the same time. Starting from February 2024, we have been developing internal sales in Ukraine, and we've been supporting exports of organic products in Ukraine. We also plan to become business club to procure our sector and to ensure high quality networking. These are our plans for the nearest future. In December, we will start acquiring new members. So to enjoy the benefits, you have to become a member of our public union, and we will start working actively on that in December. So we might communicate further on the topic. Thank you very much, and I wish everyone a fruitful event. And I will moderate the next block as well. Does it work? All right. Thank you, Alana. Don't go too far. So that's the end of our welcome remarks. Let's continue. A few announcements. First, on your badges, there are QR codes. You can scan them to see the full program. So if you need to check what will happen next, please use them. Also, we have a lounge zone where you can have a cup of coffee, because we won't have any coffee breaks before lunch. So if you need to have a coffee, you can go there, but not all at once. And there is broadcast in that room as well, so you will be able to follow the event even having your coffee. If there is an air raid alert, don't panic. This room is a shelter. So after lunch, we will have foreign speakers, English-speaking participants. There are headsets available, so please use them if you need simultaneous interpretation. You don't need them now, but don't forget to take them after lunch, before the start of the block after lunch. All right, let's continue. We are going to hold a presentation panel on current state of the organic market in Ukraine and export prospects. Mm, During this panel, we will discover what's the status quo, where we are, what are the opportunities we currently have, what we export, etc. Again, I would like to invite Olena Dynako to be the moderator. I would like to say that Olena has huge experience. She has spent over 10 years in the area of marketing communications. Also, she had launched her own project, Organic Business, which has been very successful. And recently, she has become a chair of the board of Organic Initiative NGO. And this public union has been developing our sector successfully over the last few years. So please give the mic to Alana for her to moderate the event. Thank you, dear colleagues. A few words about this panel. We've created this panel for you to be able to learn about the main market analytics, latest news, important announcements. So you will have an opportunity to hear many important things, and a lot of them will become new for you. And I would like to invite Tatiana Monke. First of all, she is Agricultural Services Project Manager of USAID AGRO Activity. Also, Tatiana is the head of the project implemented together by USAID Agro and Organic Standard for the producers of grains and oilseeds. Thank you, Alana. Good morning, dear participants, guests. I'm pleased to see that you found an opportunity to join us offline, and I hope that there are also people online. I am Agricultural Services Project Manager, and I actually work on the project implemented together with Organic Standard. Our committee has selected applications. We've had a budget for this project, and we could understand the numbers of producers, the experts' tones, the volumes of our revenues. We've had quite ambitious plans, but I can say that our efforts were not wasted and they brought results. I can tell you more about our plans until the end of this project. So the main goal and the objectives of the project is ensuring resilience of organic producers in times of war, fostering their experts. We also have to preserve the current organic producers at the market, and it would be good to see new producers in our community. To implement these goals, we gave an opportunity for our organic producers to be certified, to control experts, to conduct lab analysis. What do producers get within these services? They can save up to 90% of costs thanks to USAID AGRO Program. Why this number? Because there are different sectors, different services, different producers, and different costs of the services. We started with the welcoming remarks, and we said that certification of organic producers has a lot of benefits. I would like to say that for me, organic sector is a separate philosophy which cares about ecology, about health of people, and sustainable production. Also, we encourage farmers to use ecological production methods, decrease the use of chemical substances. We also guarantee that the products do not contain any harmful substances and are safe. Also, farmers get access to better prices for their products. Currently, 66 producers got services of certification, control of exports, and lab tests, which allowed to export 60,000 tons of organic products and get export revenues, which amounts to $24.5 million. Also, 7 new organic producers joined the project. Speaking about the geography of exports, within our project, organic products were exported to 18 countries of the world. On this slide, you might see that top 5 importers can be selected, which is Germany 36%, Austria 11%, Denmark 9.5%, Netherlands 8.5%, and Lithuania 6%. We've exported 60,000 tons of organic products. Um, these are oilseeds and processed oilseeds, 23,000 tons and 36,000 tons respectively. And we can see that the main cultures are soya, maize, sunflower, wheat, etc. We also see challenges and risks. The war disrupts supply chains, so there can be delays in supplies. There are also price fluctuation, exchange rate fluctuation, which can decrease the revenues of exporters. There is also high competition on the market. But despite all of that, we will keep supporting organic producers. And until May 2025, we hope to achieve the target of 84 businesses achieving certificates, lab tests, and export certificates. In general, our producers get better and improved services from mechanic standard. Export revenues should reach $35 million. And we hope that we'll export no less than 35,000 tons of organic products. And to conclude, I would like to say that I am happy to see all of you here. I'm thankful for your attention, and I think that together we are building strong foundations for the development of organic sector. And I'm sure that with joint efforts, we will be able to achieve positive results. And I would like you to view a video of Polar Agro Firm. Actually, their experience is inspiring, and it shows that there are limitless opportunities for other producers. I'm sure that we'll have a lot more of success stories like this. So again, thank you for your attention. Please enjoy the video. Ukrainian organic product producers have been receiving unique support to access new international markets and strengthen their positions where they already operate. Polar Agro Firm has been working on processing organic and conventional natural products. The company is gluten-free company. It produces baking mixes, gluten-free baking mixes. We are operating on the market for the 21st consecutive year, and thanks to the USAID support, we are more sustainable on the market. Organic Standard, with the support of USAID AGRO Program, has helped Ukrainian producers to access markets of Europe, Middle East, and North America. Our unique feature is that our processing of products is so deep that we get extracts in particular meliacin, and this direction has a lot of perspectives because there are just a few companies in the world that are able to extract this malleacin, and we are able to scale up this project. There are no producers in the world with a similar base of organic raw materials such as millet, etc. And the amount of the extract of malleacin allow us to make this product available. Despite the challenges of the war, the business remains sustainable, and it ensures the necessary quality of the products thanks to the necessary lab tests. The USAID AGRO Program, together with the company, allows us to continue labs studies. We continue our in-depth studies before we send the final products to the end users. We also get an opportunity to increase the scales of our studies to detect different harmful substances. We've got an opportunity to function stably, but also access new markets. We got an opportunity to exceed the limits of European market as well. We accessed North America with NOP certificates, Japan standard adjust certificate, and other Asian countries which require additional costs of certification. And we hope to get further support from the program to achieve the standards of new countries we plan to export to. If you produce grains and oilseeds and you want to develop your businesses internationally, feel free to use the opportunities which USAID Agro Project provides together with the Agro Standard. Grow with care, export with reliable support.
Now let me ask Olha Gvozdova to come to the podium. She is advisor to the director of Export Promotion Office of Ukraine. She'll tell you more about the APO. It's a government organization which is deeply involved in promoting organic exports from Ukraine. They are currently providing over 130 different services. They are co-founders of the business. They do a lot of analytics. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation, and also for a long-term, multi-year cooperation. Indeed, organic is a priority of ours in the national export strategy. Food was defined narrowly, but we decided to go further and prioritize organic as one of the top priorities. So we try to help organic producers on an annual basis. In my presentation, I will probably surprise you with an announcement of new services we have in the pipeline. Some of the programs we do are run periodically, but we can repeat them on request. Also, I will announce the launch of a new organic dashboard that will help you look into the volumes of organic exports and make necessary conclusions. I am advisor to the director of entrepreneurship and export promotion office. Our office is a government office. We started as a project office. The Cabinet of Ministers saw how effective we can be, and we were then made an expert promotion office. But in 2021, we are also entrusted with entrepreneurship promotion. Currently, with the Ministry of Digital Transformation, we coordinate national DIA.business project, and we are concentrated on online services. So let me tell you what trade promotion organizations are generally. We were designated as separate institution to promote SME and exporters of Ukraine. Typically, organizations like ours in EU were created in mid 20th century, so we are the youngest and unfortunately the smallest in terms of staff and budget, but I hope it's just the beginning. My first tip to you is to take a closer look at the tools available on DIA.business. We relaunched it recently. Earlier on, there existed export.gov.ua. Now, this portal is integrated with DIA.business to provide producers and exporters with a one-stop shop. If you do, you'll see a host of services. We work with private consultants that donate pro bono consultation hours that you can access via this portal. Another important element of the platform is the financial marketplace. With the start of the full-scale invasion, various financial supports have increased. We understand that companies may find it difficult to find all those opportunities. There are many donors, there are many initiatives. To this end, we decided to create, so to speak, a single financial marketplace, which is updated regularly. This means today the program that doesn't show there will appear. There's also a range of expert promotion services, some of which can be accessed directly or online, whereas some others are accessible via consultations. For instance, expert readiness assessment is where a company, an aspiring company, can take a test, the results of which will then be sent back to it as relevant scoring. You are then invited to share the results with your partners. One of other consultancy services is individual expert diagnostics. During our breaks, you can find our consultants who will tell you more about services you are interested in. They'll tell you how you can register for them. We also do guides and instructions with the full-scale invasion. International organizations, UN organizations in particular, have become quite active in public procurement area. We created a special guide for them, and one of the most important area is duties and customs. Recently, we started a program of individual consultations for Ukrainian companies interested in customs rules. It is subsidized by our donors. Well, all our services are subsidized either from the national budget or donor funds, but they are otherwise free to Ukrainian companies. And analytics. Well, we do a lot of studies of Ukrainian economic sectors to assess their current status and export potential. We also do customized studies to help companies get ready to penetrate international markets, adapt their product range, and better understand the end users on the consumer end. Now, I'm happy to tell you to announce the launch of our dashboard. Not the first attempt of ours to analyze all aspects of organic exports. Ukrainian Customs Office has been very thrifty on this data. Therefore, with our colleagues from Organic Standard, we have initiated this dashboard. Currently, it's being tested, but you can access it using the QR code on screen and provide you with your feedback. If you have any comments and your recommendations within a fortnight, we'll be finalizing the dashboard to make it public in December. So what does it show to visitors? Experts break down by country and product. The dashboard has 3 tabs. The first tab is the main tab. It gives you info on volumes by years and by countries of destination. And by the way, this dashboard is focused on EU member states. And last but not least, information by categories and class. Another tab are specific categories. An advantage of this dashboard, let me show you the right-hand part allows you to apply filters. And the third tab is dedicated to organic products and classes, which is helpful to anyone who would like to have a better understanding of exports by year and nations. Yet another part of is codes, 2-digit, 4-digit, and 6-digit codes. We are planning to update it with our colleagues from Organic Standard, and would certainly be happy to get your feedback on dia.business portal. There are 3 more dashboards that were created in cooperation with the Ministry of Agrarian Policy. One, overall expert. Second, that relies on data provided by the customs of Ukraine, regional development and regional state administrations access this information on a regular basis. So we'd be very happy to hear from you. And a couple of more announcements on the program going on at this point. By December, we invite requests for customized studies. This program is for foods sold in retail because it helps you see volumes, retail volumes, shares by years, and the brand shares. There were cases when a company was going to work with these brands and on familiarizing themselves with our findings succeeded. Plus, it also gives you info on expectations. Not every bit of information is related to organics, but if requested by associations, we can do organic specific studies. There are some, certain data with regard to organic in EU. We would not work with exporters unless we had services to help you find partners. In fact, various importers, overseas importers, address us with requests to find Ukrainian exporters. So this page is where we post their requests, letters of interest of kind, and also show you some of the international calls for proposals. Whenever we are asked to help find partners overseas, we go to the catalog of Ukrainian exporters, those who already registered. In order to be registered, you have to use this Q code. The questionnaire you are requested to fill out isn't complicated, but it helps to do PR for your companies abroad and for the organic sector of Ukraine. I'd say that it's our exclusive offer. We have created a dedicated catalog that is entirely used at different international fairs or events we organize. It is updated annually in cooperation with our partners. If you aren't there as yet, call us. However, we try to put as much information as accessible. Now, the companies that take part in fairs on their own initiative, I would recommend working with Brand Trade with Ukraine. It was specifically created to promote Ukrainian products abroad and, so to speak, demonstrate the advantages of Ukrainian products. What's good about it is that it is adaptable to sectors. There's a special our clients use this brand not only at their stands, but also on their packaging, on their business cards, and other marketing material. Yet another announcement from me is about the grant which is provided exclusively for export activities, but with pretty good coverage. For instance, if you want to attend a fair on your own and would like to have compensation for some cost, this grant can help you cover part of the logistical costs of yours. If you need supplementary certification, this grant can also come in handy. This isn't a whole lot of money, but the grant is still operational until the summer of next year. However, of the budget, if one other thing, first you are supposed to invest on your own and then claim compensation. One other recommendation, if you have several legal entities, you can make several applications in behalf of those entities. And of course, as I'm sure you know, we take part in various international fairs jointly with our partners. A call for biofac was complete very recently. Up Middle East, yes, another event which is forthcoming. I would also like to remind you that a new export promotion strategy is now in the works. All those announcements are available on dia.business. If you have subscribed, you will be receiving our weekly digests in order not to miss calls for other exhibitions.
You can also find success stories on the portal, but here you can see several participants of BFA, and these people also provided feedback after. Our contact details, the business QR code, and our email. If you have any questions, you can write to this email. But today we also have consultants on the development of enterprises and experts, and during the break, they will be able to help you with any service you need and help with registration if you want to get registered. Thank you. Thank you. So, as you could understand, the Entrepreneurship and Experts Development Office is represented here. You can find their consultants throughout the day. I would like now to invite Irina Fedorchenko, who is Senior Expert Specialist of Certification Body Organic Standard. I would like to say that Irina will show you now the latest statistical data for 2023. Irina does these surveys, the studies on her own, and she also has experience of accompanying over 8,000 experts. Please, Irina. Hello, everyone. Today, I would like to present, as Olena said, the latest statistical data of organic products exports. Our products are mostly exported to the countries of EU, but we also have exports to the North American countries and some Asian countries. As we can see, there is some stagnation on the market, but despite the fact that in 2023 exports were lower than in 2022, though in 2022 our exporters could export over 200,000 tons of organic products, in 2024 the statistics is better. So among organic standard operators in 2024, over the 10 months of operators, we exported more products than over the 2023. So hopefully the statistics will improve and the volumes will increase. Last year, the overall export from Ukraine was worth over $140 million. We've exported products to over 20 countries of the world, and these were over 59 product items, mostly raw materials such as soya, wheat, and maize. Germany and Netherlands and Poland buy most of the products. This year, the Czech Republic is among top importers. And 99% of the products are um, shipped to Europe because it's the closest market to Ukraine. So we've exported almost 200,000 tons. Almost 70,000 of them are maize, corn, then soybeans, wheat, almost 15,000 tons of wheat, and some berries. Ukraine exports wild free frozen berries, and they occupy a significant share of exports from Ukraine. Uh, of course, the indicator is smaller when it comes to exports to EU. When it comes to millet, oat flakes, they go to Israel, Canada, or the US. As we can see, the biggest exporter of organic products in the world is the Netherlands. The Netherlands constitute a big hub, and when organic products go there, they use their transport infrastructure to send these products to other countries of the world. Also, Austria exported a lot of Ukrainian products. These were mostly oilseeds, raw materials. There are significant resources to process oilseeds in Austria to further export uh, the products to the European market. Here you can see the general exports of organic products to the EU. Here we can see Poland, Romania as well. And this year, a lot of Ukrainian products also go to Moldova. Moldova has started developing its market, and they buy a lot of Ukrainian products. They build new plants. They open new plants that process oil seeds. They buy sunflowers and soya beans in great amounts. Ukraine is a significant exporter of organic products to the EU. It's always in the top five um, importing countries. Over 170,000 tons are annually exported to the EU, and the overall share of import in the US is 7 to 10%. These are mostly corn, wheat, soya, sunflower seeds, frozen berries as well. The amount of some products has decreased over the latest years, such as soybeans and corn, but 2024 should correct everything because we could see a lot bigger export over the last 10 months than last year. There is decreased number of oilseeds export, and the processing process of oilseeds has also went down. However, export of protein crops and feed from Ukraine to the EU is increasing. The share of peas decreases, but I recommend to pay attention to it because we have peas. Other countries such as Kazakhstan buy seeds. Of course, there are questions as to logistics, as to quality, but pay attention to peas. It's quite a nice culture. When it comes to protein, it also occupies quite a significant share of exports, protein crops. One of the biggest buyers of organic products is the Netherlands, as I already mentioned, and we can see that the overall share of input from Ukraine is approximately 10%, and the Netherlands is the biggest buyer of organic products in Europe because they have a sufficient infrastructure to resell it, store it, transport it. The country has a lot of ports and a lot of opportunities to further sell these products. And as I already said, the export by clients of organic standards exceeds the uh, indicators of last year and the year 2022. Of course, compensation of the cost of service analysis and expert is important here. Um, it's been done thanks to USAID AGRO Program. A lot of operators can find potential buyers who are ready to buy more, and operators can also sell their last year products or the products from 2022 they couldn't sell earlier because there were a lot of obstacles. Back then, the products were stored at warehouses. It could not be exported, so they tried to sell more and more and quicker. And another big project we have is Exporters Catalog. Olga already mentioned it, and we invite all the clients to place information about them in this catalog. There are already over 180 companies in this catalog, but if you haven't joined it already, please place information about you in this catalog. Thank you for the attention. I would like to give the floor to Katerina Shore. Katerina Shore is project manager of Information Center Green Dossier. She is organizer of internet portal Organic Info. I am lucky to interact with this expert on daily basis. She is a great expert of organic area. It's someone who brings resources here, different programs as well. She is very dedicated to managing this organic info portal. It's a place where most of analytical data is grouped, and I would like Katerina to announce new programs and tell about the existing projects. Thank you, Elena. Thank you, dear colleagues. I am happy to see everyone. Actually, I would like to thank organizers. You might hear about organic info quite often, but I'm not sure you know about everything we have on this portal, so I will be happy to present this information. But first of all, I would like to say a few words about the Green Dossier Information Center, which basically manages the organic info portal. Our information center is environmental NGO, which has been operating for 30 years already. We were founded in 2004, and we've gradually come to the organic sector. We started with such projects as awareness raising as to how to use pesticides. We also participated in development of legislation on genetically modified products, and we gradually decided to switch to something good for everyone. That's how we come to organic production area. We decided to contribute to the organic production and focus on the project dedicated to it. The Organic Info Portal is a separate project of our organization, Green Dossier organization. It is member of IFAM Organics Europe, which is the biggest European association gathering organic sector stakeholders, mostly from the EU countries, but there are also other European countries. And we are also founding member of Organic Initiative. About Organic Info, we try to collect information not only from Ukraine, but first of all for Ukrainian organic sector. We are part of IFAM Organics Europe network, and we cooperate with Organics International Organization, with the VIBUL Institute of Agriculture, etc. It allows us to follow the trends and events that are happening in organic world. And then something Olana has emphasized, we have a calendar of events which might be of interest for you as producers. You can find information about different events. For example, there was an open call for GalFood or Biofach, and you can find information dedicated to entrepreneurship. We try to follow grants, conferences, everything which is related to organic sector, everything which is happening on international organic market. News. News are not only about the events that are happening in the organic sector in Ukraine, they are also about the prospects, analytics, development in the EU and the world. Infographics. We've already mentioned that we create infographics together with the Organic Standard, and you can find a separate section with infographics on the web portal. So you can find the number of operators and certified lands in Ukraine on the portal. In particular, according to the data of the Ministry of Agriculture of Ukraine, according to their monitoring, in 2023, over 470,000 lands were certified according to the standards of the EU and NOP. Also, last year, the ministry started gathering data on certification according to the standards Ukraine has in the area of organic production. And we can say that in the end of 2023, we had 77,500 of hectares certified according to national standards. 152 market operators were certified. A few days ago, I could see this data, and now there are over 250 organic operators certified according to Ukrainian standards. And it allows us to see Ukrainian logos on the shelves of our stores. Here you can see the dynamics as to the number of organic operators. We can see that in 2022 the number of operators decreased due to the reasons we all know. But fortunately, the market could show its resilience, and now we can see a significant increase. And now, going back to the portal, a few more slides, I would like to comment. We have such a section as knowledge base with several chapters. You can find useful information there, in particular the annual EU report on imports of organic products to the EU. On this site, you can find the links to the English version and Ukrainian version, and the QFTP helps with it.
There are some FAQs on organic in the EU and Ukraine, the list of accredited certification authorities that can work in Ukraine in compliance with EU standards. So this indeed is a knowledge base that come in quite handy to you in your daily works. Organic terminology that Elena has already mentioned earlier, and another tab, so to speak, are useful tips for consumers and frequently ask questions. So your SMM staff and PR staff are indeed advised to visit this site. Not always does information provided, but in-house copywriters is correct. For instance, when we see the claim that organic product is environmentally clean, no such term in existence, but to explain what organic product is and why it is better than conventional products, use the proper language, so to speak, in order to get the message across to consumers is useful. And we are trying to post this information in one place, our communication channels. Unless you are subscribed to our newsletter, you can go to social networks, Viber, Instagram, Facebook, X, formerly Twitter, so you can view it online. Those who aren't interested in getting info on a daily basis, you can use monthly, subscribe to monthly newsletters in case some information is urgent. We do it more often than that. Recently, we started a chatbot on Viber. It can also be found helpful by our PR and SMM staff to explain to your consumers what organic products are. A couple of words on the ongoing project that we are doing with Organic Initiative. It's on women's entrepreneurship in agriculture. There are two projects. November 10, a call was closed. About 40 applications were received. We are currently processing them and will soon announce winners. This is a grant geared more towards domestic market rather than exports. In parallel, we are starting a mentorship program to support women organic sector, owners of organic businesses, women managers of organic businesses, medium and top managers. The day before yesterday, we completed a round of focus groups to identify priorities for the program. So time will come soon when you can get information on the aspects of the project. Expert support, networking opportunities, and additional information exchange tools. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. Well, distinguished participants, we seem to have completed this panel, but you may still have some questions pending you'd like to confront our panelists with. Not yet. Okay, then we will go on, and I'll ask Serhiy Olszewski to
Дуже дякую.
come up. We've been doing great in terms of time.
Діюча лаунж-зона,
I well recall that we have a lounge zone you can use for your individual discussions, but there is a range of thematic panels on our agenda. The first is dedicated to grain and oilseed experts. We have some pretty powerful businesses working in the area. To moderate this discussion, we will invite Tatiana Hetman, who is expert promotion manager in SIPO, Swiss Import Promotion Program. It's a Swiss program. She's a very experienced person who worked in the current formed and is very experienced in the area of communication with the producers, as she headed Lviv region state administration. Thank you, Serhiy. No, it is my great pleasure to moderate this discussion. Everything agro and agro production is relevant to me and close to my heart. So thank you for entrusting me with moderating this panel. And the panel in question is about the potential of organic production, raw material, everything which starts from the soil, so to speak. I taking part in a number of projects, assess their efficiency, and we always looked at producers to find out whether they liked programs or not. So, let me now invite Yevhen Komarov to come to the podium, who is from Arnica Group. Thanks. Serhiy Leonets, Executive Director. Gleb Lukyanenko, General Manager of Agroecologia. Great. Viktor Sherbachuk, Director General Didans Agro, and Alexei Yazykov from Zhivan. Everybody's ready. Steady. Yes, please take your seat, sir. And to start our panel discussion, let me ask our support staff to show a short introductory presentation developed by our Organic Initiative, and It will tell you about the current status of export of the grain and oil crops. You've heard a lot of analytics, and I tell you that other segments should be envious of the wealth of resources and information at your disposal. Those who are in the loop can inform speedy decision making, and speed is what all of us need now. So if we look at the structure and dynamics of raw exports from Ukraine, we will see a drop in 2020. Three, which is clear because some of the land use for organic production are in the were in the temporary occupation, plus seaports and some other important logistical routes were blocked. What we predominantly export is corn and soya. By the way, soya, speaking of which, if we try to visualize the situation, soya is still export's key driver. In corn, we had a drop, although it is 40% share, and we are main exporters of it to EU. But Ukraine is number 2 in soya, which is Ukraine's driver and exports. As far as the exports countries are concerned, the Netherlands, Germany followed that negative trend, but Austria and Switzerland are still going strong. They were not able to compensate for the decrease generally, but still there are chances that we'll reverse the negative trend and resume our positions at the world market. World market for us is Europe, by and large. You already heard about it during the first discussion. Therefore, I will invite our panelists to discuss this. Most nations produce organic, but Ukraine is in the luck. It is closest to the world's largest organic product consumers. Other competition is farther away. Now, tell me this, climate and climate change. What role is it going to play in our exports? What do we do in order to retain our position in the European market, not surrendering them to other competition? You must have some ideas. So go ahead. Agriculture, yes, it is dependent on weather, on climate, and it's a constant variable, if I may call it that way. But proceeding from our experience, which is in excess of 20 years, I may say that technology plays a greater role than weather. Well, weather, of course, is just 20%. So you're asking what we need. Well, science supporting growing technologies that'll be just get good Do you mean to say that the science available to EU producers doesn't serve our needs? Or can we borrow anything from what is available elsewhere? What's available in the European Union has long been studied by us. We are probably at the level of a US market. But we need to develop ideas that are rooted in our situation and our soil and our conditions. Mr. Leonets, Serhiy, what you say, we just heard that we are at a higher level than that of EU. What other advantages will you point to? Climate that allows us growing the range of cultures, the knowledge, the geographical position. Yes, we are one of the biggest in Europe, so many people would like to learn from us. Zhytomyr region is quite good in terms of humidity, but I would endorse technologies help grow our yields. The problem of 2023, when borders were sort of blocked, this was one of the first negative impacts. We are still selling what we produced back in 2023. But as far as organic production is concerned, there's nothing we can learn from Europe. They can learn from us. Mr. Komarov, climate, how will it affect production in Ukraine, given that we are so dependent on exports? So what do we have to prepare ourselves for? I mean, those who are planning to grow organic production. I agree with Alexei. Technologies, sophisticated technologies can compensate the risks that emanate from climate change. So change seeds that can take the beating, so to speak, plus irrigation. Jointly with our USAID AGRO, I mean, two companies of ours, one based in Poltava and the other one in Cherkasy region, initiated the creation of organization of water users. Thanks to USAID AGRO, we succeeded in upgrading pump station, procuring machinery, so it helps improve irrigation, and 500 and 400 hectares respectively. Next year, about 10% of our lands will be irrigated. So irrigation is what we need to take very seriously. Do you mean raw produce? Good. Then, Mr. Sherbachuk, here is my question for you. Irrigation increases, drives the cost. What toll will it take on the competitiveness of the Ukrainian products globally, because it is an expensive thing? Well, organic production is two components, technology and the soil, how humid it is. So yields depend on that. So irrigation is critical, is essential, because there are areas in Ukraine that are fine in terms of humidity, but there are other areas where it is in short supply, but the subsoil is richer. So these two indicators, these two factors need to be taken care of. Do I hear you say that irrigation is a must in certain areas if you, well, in order to improve economic indicators? Because, like I say, we all here are in organic production, well, large scale, so to speak, 2, 3, 10, 15, 20,000, 18,000 hectares. In this respect, we are head and shoulders above the rest of the world. But the biggest challenge of ours is that we deliver to EU or rather destinations, so we have to pay for logistics. In EU, the yields are much lower than ours. Technologically, like I say, we've advanced so far. I can see. I wasn't an organic before that, but now, when I'm in, that I am in, I can indeed tell you that we've achieved much more than elsewhere in organic production. You can go very high without even pesticides. But climate is changing. We, for instance, are dependent on the political climate conducive to organic production. Okay, political, I hear you say, important thing to look at. Let's, okay, say the Green Deal, EU policy looks at 25% of all arable land going organic by 2030. European farmers aren't that happy because they'll have to adjust, but there is that common agrarian policy, EU, Ukraine, and this SAP means that up to 3% of arable land in Ukraine should go organic, quintuple growth. So we are supposed to increase the arable land in organic 5 times. Is it feasible? It's 10 to 15% annual growth. And land bank, and do you think it can help support the goals like that? Plus, SAP is very clear. Direct financial support, including that from EU, should play a role. What kind of support it implies? So let's give a take on this question, everyone. It's very important. And try to be comprehensive. Alexei?
All right, I will start first. I mentioned scientific foundations, so let's not dive deeper into it. It has to be there. We have to base our activities on it. Second component of our business is soil. Uh, Today we have mm, procurement mm, open calls for the use of lands and for the sublease of lands, people pay $1,500. And we all understand that it cannot be done. Third thing uh, that our area needs is a normal processing and storage of products. We need to do that for our own money because we cannot use any other services. Since we're speaking about organic products, they cannot be stored together with other kinds of products. And the fourth thing, we would like the new technical park, new vehicles, so we should get loans to be able to work on newer vehicles like European farmers. And for now, we've been working on the same vehicles for 10, 15 years, but it would be good to buy new, high quality vehicles that would bring us better results from the economic point of view. All right, thank you. And let's pass the mic to the next speaker. What's your opinion as to the areas of assessments and what should it look like? Some loans or subsidies. Well, we currently have 579 loans. They work well. We have been using them actively, and we've already purchased new pieces of new equipment, and we will further use it if it keeps being available because we lack funds for everything and we cannot buy everything we want. But I would like to go back to the topic of expanding organic um, land processing in Ukraine. Actually, in a lot of villages, people sow soya beans very close to their homes and very close to our fields. And we have to decrease our organic fields to have those buffer zones, 1 kilometer buffer zones or so, because there is such problem. The state does not control farmers who sow genetically modified soya beans, which is forbidden in Ukraine. So it has to be a systemic work. It's not only related to organic producers, but it's the most relevant to us. It's one of the serious problems we have to pay attention to. And Organic Standard knows about that. We communicate and we try to find some ways out. And I think we have to look at what we are doing because organic products is not only about business, it's about philosophy. Thank you, Victor. Please, your opinion. If we speak about genetically modified soybeans, we could see this year that the difference in price between conventional soybeans and genetically modified soybeans is very small, even though the genetically modified soybeans is prohibited. But we keep sending it abroad, everyone is happy and satisfied. And when we grow our own organic soybeans and someone finds some genetically modified elements, they instantly say it's no longer organic. As he said, it's a philosophy. Growing organic products is a philosophy. We try to do everything honestly and correctly. And basically, the companies which have a certain amount of lands, a certain area of lands, try to do their business observing this philosophy. Um, I would like to look at it from different side. To develop organic production, we need to have a consumer, and I really like the statement of the deputy minister, who said that there have been specific steps to engage preschool institutions in purchasing organic products. We can see that in Europe, the consumption of organic products grows if we are able to supply organic products to educational institutions, hospitals, state institutions. Um, we will find producers and the lands. So, without developing consumption of organic products internally, it's very hard to develop production. And yes, and considering that in the EU the areas will increase, the demand will increase as well. So probably the price won't rise if the demand grows. And the development of internal market is very important. I wanted to ask you about the directions of this potential support. What's your view here? We heard that there might be compensations provided for new equipment. There are loans 579. What else? We're a big company. We have 70,000 hectares of land, and we have a big park of equipment. We can only wish everyone else to develop like that. As to the USAID AGRO Program, we have had fruitful cooperation with Poltava administration, and we had expenditures for organic products even before the law of Ukraine on consumption appeared. I understand the reality of European farmers, and I think it can be useful in our context as well if the state finds an opportunity to stimulate the development. All right, Halib, could you please share your opinion as to dotations? It's a can be a topic of discussion because it's quite a dangerous phenomenon when a market keeps growing in its own way, and um, it can affect the reality of the market, the competition on the market. It There were no systemic support for organic sector for a long time, and we have a higher level than European farmers. So do we need these dotations? Um, well, it's an interesting question. We all understand what our state has to fund today, and when we speak about funding, the most efficient approach is to change the taxation system for organic producers, starting from taxation of lease and leased land plots, as well as supply chains, and it will be great impetus for organic producers because they will get bigger lease sums thanks to bigger competition, and it will stimulate internal processing market. By the way, an organic producer pays the same amount for lease as a conventional producer. Yes, and in this area of taxation, you were right to say that it has to apply to the whole supply chain because changing taxation on the level of producer, probably processing actors won't like it. We've had such a story in some areas. All right, we produce raw materials. In conventional segment, This export crisis uh, has shown that dependency on raw materials market is not safe. We already have prospects of increased production in European countries. It's not a secret that our raw materials are processed on the territory of the EU. They create added value, and some of their processed products then go back to Ukraine. Do you plan to implement some projects on added value on the basis of your production facilities? Uh, please give an answer to that question. Let me start. We already had such a project of processing organic products, and we already have first supplies to Moldova, to Poland. Next week, we access this market of grains, of cereals. We also researched the internal market. We tried to sell on our market, but our consumer is not ready to pay more. And actually, this market of cereals is very big in Ukraine. There are a lot of producers, and to be better or uh, more interesting or preferable in terms of price, it's not so easy in Ukraine. So we are rather export oriented. We have contracts with US. So we keep developing here, but rather in terms of exports. Am I right to understand that we have EU market for exports, and as to added value products export, you want to go overseas and rather access the market of US? Yes, it's a new branch of our enterprise. We have a new project, a new team working on that. As to equipment and implementation of such project overall, yes, we used our own money for this project. We bought the necessary equipment to create flour. By the way, there are manufacturers of such equipment in Ukraine. Did you consider the new level program in Ukraine? It provides for up to 8 million some grants. I don't think there are insufficient sums. Any sums can be used, but we were not considering that. We can consider though. All right, thank you. Who else? Yes, we um, have processing. We mm, produce flour, but we have projects uh, in which we process some products and supply to the market because there are some areas in the market which we can join. And the sector of the company is not too big. And just imagine a farmer who knows how to grow wheat is already a pro in this area, and now he has to learn how to do wheat, how to do a flour out of this wheat. Everyone has to find their own area and probably find some contractors on the market to do other things. So you're rather for a clear distribution of effort. Someone produces, someone else processes. But you have your own project on processing. Yes, we do have one of our own, but when it all started, it was impossible to find something of this kind on the market. But we currently have a lot of possibilities on the market. So you produce flour, uh, dairy products, and cereals. Yes, these three areas, because if we compare 10 tons a year and 100 tons a year, there is a difference of efficiency. And when it comes to our volumes, the optimal option is to use someone else's capacities. All right, thank you. Johan, please.
Ми довго готувалися до
We
переробки.
have been getting ready to the processing part for a long time, and we chose sunflower seeds, and we've learned how to grow it. And sunflower seeds constitute a third part of our lands. Approximately, we've built a plant on sunflower seed processing, and there is a head of this plant. Hopefully, during one of the next panels, he will tell more about our plans on processing and exports. I wanted to say that we should not underestimate our capacities of raw materials supplies. For example, I have an experience in processing, and I understand that few European farmers can supply a high-quality corn. Um, and the producers understand what I'm speaking about. Having raw materials of the same quality for the whole year is complicated. So we in Ukraine have a competitive advantage
Правильно
here.
зрозуміла, що проблема
Am I right to
в
understand that
отримати
in Europe there is a problem of getting
варту сировини відповідної якості через те, що
raw
там
materials of the same quality
маленькі
throughout the whole
виробництва
year
все-таки, а
because
в
the production
Україні він
facilities are
масштабний. Ми
small.
розуміємо, що ще
And
одна
thanks
перевага
to
є,
the
що наш
scale of
масштаб робить
Ukraine, the
все-таки
scale of
більший
production in Ukraine,
робочий перебіг є
we
більший.
can
Так, ну я просто можу
supply
сказати за
products of the
свою
same
компанію,
quality.
наприклад, я
Yes, I
такий
can
річ.
provide the example of
Ми
my company,
є
for example.
виробниками власного
Let's
насіння,
speak about
власного
soybeans.
насіннєвого господарства.
We produce our
Тому
own
дійсно ми можемо
soybeans.
запропонувати
We have
нашим
our own
споживачам свої тої якості, якої вони
commercial
забажають.
capacities,
У
and
нас
we
є
can
такі
offer
переваги,
high
більшість.
quality, and we
Це
have a
надається певну
significant
перевагу,
competitive
тому що
advantage.
роботи це
It is indeed a
створюється там
competitive
кооперативами
advantage
власними,
because
іноді вдається,
in Europe,
а в нас
sometimes they
виходить.
achieve that,
Добре, пару
sometimes
слів
not,
можемо
and
щось
we can
скажете
ensure
на
this
користь переробки чи все-таки сировина
constant
наша буде?
quality. All right, Igor.
Поки що ми займаємося тільки
Well,
вирощуванням,
for now, we
вдосконаленням
only
технологій на прикладах
uh,
ОТСЄ по збільшенню
grow
врожайності.
crops, and we try to
Напевно, є певні
increase
плани, але це
the
на
crops. We
майбутнє.
have some plans as to processing, but they are for the
Ясно.
future.
Добре, ви ще хотіли
All
щось
right.
додати, так?
Did you
Пане Вікторе,
want to
підтримую,
add
тому
something?
що
Yes, I
це ж
support Victor.
заточена на спеціалізацію.
We
Помімо того, що
also
в нас
focus
переробки
on
немає,
a
воно
specific
і
area, and
менше, і
we
багато
don't have
не буде.
processing, and we
Це
have
погано
only a
впливає
few
на внесення змін,
crops. It has a negative impact on crop rotation.
Це можливість
But actually, if we have a narrow specialization, we
Але
are
можливо що
more
зміни
productive in
плануєте
terms of
свій проект на скільки років?
economy. And
Чесно
what kind of
кажучи,
plans do
років
you have? For how
3-4
many
я
years?
бачу його
Well,
вперед.
3 to 4 years.
Сівозміну вибираю
And
років на 5-6.
as to crop rotation, I choose crops for 5 to 6 years.
Чому так? Тому що доволі часто
Why so? Because
змінюються економічні показники по
the
ринку,
economic
і,
indicators on the market change
планувалося ОТСО,
often,
якщо
and
я
so
мав
we might
цього
plan to
року. Чи
sow
планували
soybeans, and we
можливість,
decide
це
to
конкурентно
change
буде
it.
більш
So we try to adapt to market
вносить
indicators,
нашу сівозміну в
uh,
такі тарифи.
and it
Тоді
affects
скажіть,
our
ще таке питання.
choice of
Соя
crops.
зараз ми бачимо,
Another
вона
question,
досить популярна
soybeans.
і по
We
нашому
can say that
експорту,
it's
в
a
Європі, і
driver of
Заході.
exports
А
in
натомість по кукурудзі
internally
зараз
and in
ніби
Europe.
зменшується. З чим це
At the
пов'язано
same
може?
time, there is a decrease in exports of corn.
Чесно кажучи, я не бачив таких цифр.
What can be the reasons? Actually, I do not see such a trend because if we say that soybeans is a driver, driving force, the prices should be growing, but the maximum price is not there. We could see 180 euros at some point, and we don't see the same figure now. If we look at corn, the prices increase, so we can say that corn is in trend and there is a growing demand. Well, it's an indicator of demand. Thank you. We have a question from the audience. Please, the time limit allows.
Time affords this. Let me ask you this. Let's not go into processing, but talk about added value of production. Some have storage facilities, others are still working on them, plus sorting, packaging. What drivers are there? maybe there are some needs that need to be voiced. Dan Sagro, Victor, Alexander. This year we completed a warehouse, bought some machinery to package them. We have now a foreign partner that we ship by rail to. So this year we haven't had any significant problems as compared to the previous year or two. Given the number of hectares in crops, well, that's fine. That'll do. Can say that we have problems, but we have some objectives. We don't have enough storage for our output. Technologies help us drive output. To process, you need to have some drying facilities. At Zhytomyr, so you have to dry soya and corn, quality drying. Not that easy to identify. Plus beans. You have to be very delicate about it to not move it too fast. Plus drying and storage is something that needs to be taken care of. Maybe other inputs? Corn, soya, but there are other crops. Look, beans. A farmer can make it 99% compliant with food grades. Basically, you can package them and sell. This can be first step for a company to start adopting higher standards and introduce. So there's some future for niche products. You mentioned beans. Well, niche. It's an interesting thing. You know what happens to Dinkel, what happens when there's overproduction. So first, niche, you hear say, is about finding a client. Not the price, because once the price peaks, everybody starts growing it. But next year, when it drops, everybody else is out. So we go for stable. It's like buckwheat in conventional production. A lot of disappointment for many. Let me raise this issue. We have facilities to store up to 100,000 tons of product. We learned how to process and dry. We have loading facilities. So before full-scale invasion, sea routes where our primary is Achakov, Ismail, to name a few. It was important that they had certified infrastructure. Now the situation has changed, and seaports, Ukrainian seaports, aren't accessible to us, unfortunately. Earlier on, this was fine, but now we rely on rail, highways, and we now try to get access to seaports outside of Ukraine. What I'm saying is that port infrastructure, Ukrainian port infrastructure, isn't accessible to Ukrainian organic producers. You know, to how can we ship if you have a big ship, that'll certainly lead to contamination. That's an issue. So I hear you say that there's another important area, and that is infrastructure, developing infrastructure. So donors may want to look at it as well. This is something that deserves further development. May I also add this? We support small-scale organic farmers that have no infrastructure at all for storing or processing. So by supporting them, we kind of advance and we help those small-scale producers, 500 hectares, 150 hectares. So it'd be good if we had capacity to support your neighbors, so to speak, who are keen to go organic but cannot financially sustain. And how do you support them exactly? We help them purify, store, and dry, and then they sell themselves, or you integrate them in your supply. No, we don't integrate them. We provide them kind of friendly services in finding clients. But once they made friends with the clients, they are not your competition. In organic, we have no competition just as yet. So we are all working together towards one of the same cause. Great. As our audience is thinking over their questions, let me ask mine. Other operators in your supply chain, intermediaries, traders, processors, do you have any wishes to make for them? What conditions do you think would make your work and theirs better, easier? Any gaps in communication, probably? Let's start from you. You got me thinking. Well, it's not conventional production and organic. Traceability, the maximum traceability is a must, so we haven't had any problems with that. Why people try to export? Because local processing enterprises can't give you the right price because, well, processors are looking after their margins. They say, oh, please sell us cheap. This will support domestic market. Probably the internal market isn't that big. Yeah, like I'm saying, there's, the purchasing power of our internal consumers isn't that high. We work to export, so I can't currently see what domestic traders can be helpful. Are there anyone who's working with? Okay, good. So what do you think need to be improved in your communication with domestic traders? Well, sometimes we hear that our consumers are frustrated with stability of supplies. We need to have cropping system, rotation, and be confident that someone will be buying from us. Then we'll be able to plan for long. Otherwise, no way. Even those who we worked with 5 or 7 years may one day say, I'm sorry, you are not in the market. So you need to build relations of solidarity, as it were. Demetra company, German farmers that serve their markets have those relations of solidarity. They pay same price and they sell as much as they can produce. That's a tested approach and can be applied to bigger enterprises. It's important. Currently, we do 200 euros per hectare to make it profitable. Then we'll be able to grow and promote our organic cause. As soon as there are fluctuations, we become fearful. So this is break-even point. No, this is our plan. Our target. Victor, you do forward contract. So how much do you sell using this? Once again, we haven't had problems like that. Our founders are foreigners, so they also are in organic production in where they're based, Naturland of Germany. So we can always sell. So your founders who operate in the destination market take care of things like that. Well, forwarding is not up our alley. I'll explain you why. Denkel this year has been niche, whereas earlier it was our key. This year we harvested very little, so our owners aren't keen to look at forwards because the risks are too high. First harvest and then let's talk business. That's our model. So I understand the difference between Ukrainian and EU producers is, amongst other things, that Europeans are more bent on forward contracts, whereas us Ukrainians aren't ripe for that. Could be. Good. Time for questions from the audience. One question for all panelists. Victor stated that their current organic yield is almost at par with conventional. Can anyone boast of similar? This is your goal. I was about to ask you how long it took you to achieve this. Sorry. 1-1. That depends on the quality of soil, on the appropriate technology, how timely and how well you understand the agriculture. We have different soils, and finally identified the best soya varieties. So we have 3.73. But we use better soils, we know. Because after all, you have to be, well, very serious about growing. Organic is when you have to do things on time. One day later, and you fail. We have some sandy soils, and so we plan to use light gray, dark gray soils. Well, black soil would of course be ideal, but we can achieve yields as high as in conventional farming. Many producers come to us with microfertilizers or plant protection, and they say, this is great, it'll help you grow your crops 5 mil, but I tell them, I say, I don't mind, come look around, but I'm telling, if you do things properly in organic production, you see no pests and no diseases. We have National University chair students from the academy come to us, and we show them the worms on our soils. 70 to 80 bigger agro holdings couldn't show more than 3. Everything which is in soil is what you have to just improve. Organic, well, Ukraine's got best soils. We can become 100% environmentally friendly. Well, that's soya. And what about corn? We don't grow corn. It's too challenging. All other crops depends on crop rotation. Say wheat, we grow only after clover, alfalfa. There are some wheat varieties that you can't do grade 3. 80% is feed. But everything depends on the climate. In our region, it is almost inconceivable, but elsewhere, you can have higher grade wheat. How long have you been in organic? 10 years. Thank you. Maybe, Yevhen, you can add something to sunflower. How challenging is that? Victor says it is difficult to get higher crops. Well, technologies, no mistake about that. When you want to introduce a new crop, you need to understand how you're gonna process it, store it. We learned from experience. We decided to capitalize on high olein content sunflower. Of course, what's your average yield? 12 point something tons. Well, speaking of yields, when we started back in 2015, the first harvest, we were still quite wary, but it turned out that the yield was as high as in conventional farming, and this uh, confirmed our anticipations, and a representative of a German organic association came to us, and he was surprised. He couldn't believe it was all organic. No, I'm not talking about special crops that rely on irrigation, but all the rest is possible. Technology, proper rotation, quality seeds.
Так, ремарку таку зробити, що чим відрізняється органічне органічне виробництво від
Let me
конвенційного?
add to the discussion about organic being different from intensive.
Тобто простій ти отримуєш гарантований результат.
In organic, there is no 100% certainty. There are
Під час виробництва повпливати, там, наприклад,
too many intervening factors, rain, and
що дощ, все, твоя робота втонулася.
you
Виробників більш
weeded it. Next time the rain comes, you need to start anew. So
конкретна технологія. І от саме цим
it's
Сергій Голошевський дуже
Serhiy Holshevsky
займався курси для фермерів.
was very good with his farmers trainings. So dissemination of knowledge, I hear you are saying, is important as related to climate change and SAP. Any other questions from the audience?
Олександр Тиський, управління company. We've discussed the harvest, the crops, organic fertilizers, partially. I have a question. Do you have any problems with the seeds? For example, that's the first question. And second question is, do you use any fertilizers to grow organic crops? Thank you. I will start probably. I probably have the biggest amount of organic fertilizers because we have thousands of cows and pigs and chicken. So everything is all right with fertilizers. Well, we procure ourselves for 35%. And we don't have problems with that. And as to sunflower, after sunflower seed, we grow other crops. And after growing sunflower, we sow alfalfa for 3 to 4 years. So that's our recipe. See, we already started exchanging knowledge. Another question from the audience, please. Hello, my name is Volodymyr, and a big thank you to our producers. Thank you for the discussion. In my opinion, you've described broadly many issues. For many years, I've been observing that Ukrainian soybeans contain less protein than I would like to see. Our Austrian colleagues say the figure is 38, 39, and we have 35. Could you please briefly suggest how we can improve the quality in terms of protein content? Does it depend on climate or any other factors? Yevhen, well, you mean soybeans? Yes. It depends on the kind of soya. there are soya varieties with the increased number of protein. What's your indicator? How much protein do you have in your soybean?
Така комерційна
Well,
інформація, по
it's
якій ми
commercial
працюємо.
information.
Є мінімальний рівень,
So to say, there
є
is a
рівень,
minimum
скажімо так,
level, there is
35%.
a level of
Якщо ми на
35%.
суху речовину можете
Um,
перерахувати.
we can
Це все
change
залежить
the
від
figure.
сорту. Я
If we speak
працював з
about
сортами,
dry
які були і 39% на сирий протеїн.
soya,
Є такі сорти в
there
Україні,
are
можна
also such
вирощувати.
varieties that have
Сорти,
a
які
higher
більше
percentage.
використовуються, наприклад, на корма, там,
Other
якщо
types
це буде
used
макуха або інші,
for
там
other
не дуже
purposes,
неважливий протеїн. Тобто,
and
в
their
першу
protein
чергу це сорти,
is
якщо
not
ви
important.
вирощуєте,
So
хочете
first of all, it depends on the
вирощувати
variety, the type of
шукати сорти
soybeans.
з високим протеїном,
Um,
Вони є в
you
Україні.
have to look for
І конвенційні,
the ones
і
with a high
органічні
content of
сорти,
protein.
і
They
технологічні.
exist in Ukraine.
Чи є кореляція між
Is there a correlation between the harvest
Все
and
залежить від сорту.
the amount of harvest and
Сорту
the
і умови вирощування.
percentage of protein? No, it depends on the type and the conditions. I would like to add on this topic. Almost every year we try different varieties, and they actually are decisive in terms of the percentage of protein. Well, in dry equivalent, we have 38, and sometimes we could see the figure 41, 42. It depends on the variety only.
Дякую. У нас лишилося ще
All
час.
right,
Чи вже все? Давайте останнє
we've run out
питання.
of
Чи є?
time, I think. Last
Більше
question,
питань немає.
probably.
Ну,
No more
давайте тоді
questions.
завершувати нашу
Let's
дискусію.
sum up.
Самодостатні, амбітні,
Self-sufficient,
вірять в майбутнє України,
ambitious.
в майбутнє
We believe in the
органічного
future of
сектору.
Ukraine and the
Давайте
future of organic
поаплодуємо
sector.
учасникам нашої дискусії.
Let's thank the
Я вам щиро дякую
speakers,
і
the panelists.
прошу, напевно, до спільної
Thank you very
заміни.
much, and let's take a joint picture.
Дуже дякую.
I would like to add now, thank you very much. It was a great discussion. I would to emphasize that we have representatives of leading enterprises here. 40,000 hectares of organic lands. So all the main producers have gathered here. They are well known. You can visit them. Glib mentioned training modules. We made them available for other actors, and we just had a discussion with Victor about renewing this tradition, because when we have a lot of knowledge, we start actively sharing this knowledge. We start exchanging the knowledge, and the competence increases. So we would like to resume these training modules on organic production technologies. Thank you again, and I would like to remind you that on Sunday we will have an agricultural worker day. So congratulations, and actually agrarians are very important for Ukraine. And the general announcements. We're going to have a lunch break now. You will find a way there, and after lunch we will have a panel discussion with English-speaking participants. Don't forget to take the headsets for interpretation. And I would like to thank Tatiana for moderating this panel discussion. Tatiana represents the Swiss program for export promotion, and they have nice budget. You might get support from them. I know the capacities of this program. It's a nice one. Yes, I wanted to add a few words about our program. SIPOR is an export promotion program We're speaking about exports from Ukraine to the countries of the European Union, Switzerland in particular, and we try to increase capacities. And Business Promote Organization is a participant of this project, as well as the Office for Export Support. So I will be happy to hear from you, and let's invent an additional interesting program. Of course, the end beneficiaries are the producers who produce the
Всім
materials
дякую.
we export.
Запрошую всіх на обід.
Thanks
Ми
again.
починаємо
Everyone is
о
invited to
14:00.
lunch, and
Прошу
we
не
will
запізнюватись.
resume
Там
our
працівники
work
на
at
обід будуть.
2 p.m. Don't be late.
Там потрібно буде по вказівникам піднятися на інший поверх. Шановні учасники,
Dear participants, I'd like to kindly ask you to take your seats. We're going to start.
Нагадаю вам, що нас ще чекає
I will
голосування
remind you
учасників, коли
that
чекають початку
we will have
конференції.
online
Тому
participants.
я вас прошу, займайте свої місця. Якщо ви
So
хочете
please take your
поспілкуватися, у вас
seats.
закриті
If you
переговори.
want to
У нас є така
network,
лаунж-зона з
have a
кавою.
dialogue,
Можете тоді
we
відійти
have a
поближче.
lounge zone with a coffee machine.
А
You
зараз
can
прошу, даю вам одну хвилиночку, щоб зайняти свої
stop there
місця.
for a
Ми
minute
будемо
and
продовжувати.
please take your seats now in the hall.
Нагадую вам, що на цій
I
сесії
would like
будуть
to
іноземні
remind you
спікери.
that during the
Ми
next
відразу
sessions
трішки
we will
пізніше.
have
Тому відразу
foreign
буду
speakers,
те, щоб
English
взяти
speaking
наушники.
speakers, so please take the headset.
Можете підійти на ресепшн, можете підняти руку,
You
потім,
can raise your hand
будь-який зручний
or
спосіб вам треба, якщо
go
ви не
and
володієте
take the
англійською
headsets
мовою, тому що
yourself.
спікери
If
будуть
you
спілкуватися
do
саме
not
англійською мовою.
understand English,
Підіть, будь ласка,
please
на
take the devices for simultaneous interpretation.
Так, поки ви займаєте свої місця, я сподіваюся, на це багато часу не
And
піде. Я в порядку такого
while you are taking
розігріву
your seats,
покажу вам один з
I would
рейтингів,
like to start
які підготував
with
нещодавно Organic
showing you
Standard.
the ranking Organic Standard prepared.
Зараз почекайте секунду.
Just a moment.
Так, давайте будемо рухатися.
Місця ви свої зайняли.
Let's start.
Рейтинги трішки пізніше я покажу.
I
А
will
зараз
show
ми
you the
будемо
ranking a bit
починати нашу
later.
наступну
And now we are going to
дискусію.
start our
Я
next
хочу запросити
panel discussion.
Олексія
I would
Качковського,
like to give the floor to Oleksiy Kachkovsky.
наступній
He's
частині
going to be
панельної
the
дискусії.
moderator of the next
Трішки
panel
про
discussion.
Олексія.
A few words about Oleksiy. Oleksiy is well known in this organic sector because
20 років розвиває
for
органічний
over
сектор.
20 years, Oleksiy has been developing the organic sector. Just imagine 20 years. He was an expert in organic production. He was advisor in this area. He was working on behalf of operators of organic production, and he was himself an operator. He also supported enterprisers and helped them to develop their experts. So Oleksiy had different positions in this sector, but I will explain why he's going to moderate this session. If I'm not mistaken, in 2009, the first organic products, homemade organic products appeared on the shelves of stores. These were Hercules, oat flakes, and buckwheat by Shmenka trademark. And Oleksiy was one of those who contributed to the production of the first product I mentioned. Oleksiy knows well all the actors of organic sector. He knows well all the enterprises in this area. So I will pass the floor to Oleksiy, and he will introduce all the panel discussion speakers. Thank you, Oleksiy. Thanks for this introduction. the first Ukrainian organic products with European certification was produced back in 2007. Unfortunately, it happened too soon, but I hope we will discuss this today, and we will try to dive deeper into processed products and their prospects for the internal market, how we should act in this area. Should we be oriented on exports exclusively or not only? So we'll try to discuss that. I would like to invite Любов Михайлова, Pro Organic Company. She will join us online because she is abroad. Greetings. Hello, dear participants of the conference. Next panelist will be Yevhen Motsny, Skvira Bread Products Plant. Andrei Ruchkin from Grünweg Company. Mykola Safonov, Diamond Company. And Ivan Tomenko unfortunately won't be able to join us. He had to stay at his place of work because his enterprise was damaged during one of the latest attacks. That's the reality we live in. Let's start with introductions. Yevhen, let's start with you. I know something about your enterprises, so I will probably add something as you speak. Let's take 5 minutes to say a few words about our companies. Skorenka trademark on Ukrainian market, on European market it's Skvira bread products plant. We have been in exports for over 30 years. There are more than 85 countries we export to, and on internal market it's 45 to 55%, over 50 SKU. We process buckwheat, millet, corn, spelter. We produce cereals, flours, conventional products, organic products, gluten-free products, as well as baby products. We supply raw materials to Danone, Nestle, Cerealto, Hero. So all the lactose-free cereals for babies are produced with our raw materials. If there are any questions, I'm ready to answer. Thank you. I can add a few words about your enterprise. You were the first company built, actually put into operation in independent Ukraine. And on the all possible quality and safety standards are implemented on the enterprise. Yes, they are, because we produce raw materials for baby food. So we have all the necessary conditions. Yes, and there are additional standards to organic products. Yes, it's +1,000 indicators. Andrei, over to you.
Well, Grünweg plant, it was designed in 2020 to comply with HASP, FCC 2000. So Initially, we wanted to have it brand new, not renovation, not conversion. No, 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 from scratch. Absolutely brand new IFCC 22000 food safety standard. Well, we started processing millet. In 23, we have a partner, Canada-based, so it was him who prompted me, well, saying that millet for Ukraine is like oil for Saudi Arabia. I mean, there is a range of varieties accommodated for Ukrainian conditions, so millet is the way. Later on, well, so we launched the first production facility in Odessa region, but later the relations with the Canadian partner worsened. In 22, the war, the full-scale invasion started, and we had to suspend our project for a year and a half, waiting for the resolution. So, to cut long story short, we commissioned only this year. So today we want to utilize the capacity, find partners, and we are advancing pretty fast. It was through the protests of the Polish farmers and the French farmers. I can't recall the exact date, but at 1600 hours, EU announced that quota would be back and duties. So but in a year of operation, no claims were filed. We deliver quality product, and once the client sees it, he goes on. Hi, Diamant. We do breakfast cereals of all types of cereals. It's Koza product, maybe you know the trademark, and we started our organic business in 2013, thanks to Alexei, by the way, who was the first to come and educate us. Interestingly, later on, the first breakfasts we had to deal with were organic. It was Poltava region, no market, so to speak. So it was an interesting experience. No information around, nothing. Now, thanks to USAID AGRO, we started doing business with them and are building oats production in Poltava region, cognizant of the prospects for organic exports. Well, before that, we did some exporting flakes to the Emirates, to the Netherlands, and Romania, if I'm not mistaken. Of course, if I'd say that in theory we have to find justification for sales, and then we can go on. Chemix, our company, is in agribusiness for over 30 years. We started from raw materials and fertilizers. However, after the occupation, we had to relocate to Kiev and to revise our business lines. So we then started new facilities, new capacities in Makarev region to grow our organic business, and we worked with local producers. The very first batch went to UK. We are B2B. Our buyers are flour producers, retailers. We sell to companies who are active on online marketing space, bright breakfast, organic oil. So why Britain? If you don't mind, I'll switch to Russian or English, unless you do object. Thank you. So when we started our company development plans, we had some experience of working with large enterprises. So company management knew their business. So the first pilot we did at Rougev wasn't designed for large-scale processing, but we wanted to then replicate it. Why have we chosen UK? After Brexit and UK decided to leave EU, we did our homework, researched legislation, and decided on UK, because at that time a bilateral mutual trade agreement was signed between Ukraine and UK. So we opted for UK in B2B segment. We have our branch in UK to facilitate imports and to promote marketing. We are certified by UK and EU food safety, ethical standards, etc. Since we are a company in SME. After the full-scale invasion, we faced significant challenges because part of personnel joined the army, others are on their way, so we had to maneuver as much as we can. Sorry. The most important thing for us is to show to our UK partners that we are reliable partners for many years to come, not just for a season or two. Thank you. So, our participants are processors who have no fields of their own. In other words, they are fully reliant on what farmers sell to them. And by the way, the previous panel discussion involved farmers. We didn't want to ask this question then, but let me start it now. All over the world, organic uses worse lands. In Ukraine, however, it is different. Most of our panelists work on black soil. Well, they by the way, improving soils because they also and husbandry. In other words, they were all farmers who were lucky to utilize good soils, and then to processing, different approaches, different models. But currently, our panelists are enterprises who have no land of their own. They're exclusive. You have organic? No, we're talking about organic. I'm sorry. So we'll try to see if you can survive in this world, if you can provide quality organic product for internal and external markets, the differences between two categories or something they share, to see what can be improved, because improvement is at any rate very much needed. Before I show you the slide illustrating the situation with processed products, I will remind that, well, before that there were other products, however, not certified under European standards. They were certified by Bioland. But in 2017, organic products, you may remember Hercules cereals were full organic, but their marketing failed, flopped completely. In 2009, another attempt came. Novoukrayinsky plant made this attempt. I worked at the company, so we offered a line of products. Rye, wheat, mix, oats. So it is a big plant, 6 stories full of machinery and equipment. In order to be able to produce organic, you have to stop machinery, clean all the equipment to produce 60 tons or something. You can't produce something you're going to store for a year because it needs to be fresh. So what were the challenges back then? I'll point to them. So raw material base. Exporters have always been interested in commercial crops, soya, corn, oats. Well, again, nobody wants something that doesn't bring profit. So we had to go a long way to bring raw materials. The output was only 50%. In other words, 1 ton of ready-made product included twice the transportation costs. So we all lived in the planned economy, so to speak. So what we did back then was an 80-gram package where the difference between organic versus non-organic was 60 kopecks, 3 Marlboro cigarettes, if I were to convert it to something you may remember. So our idea was to create product that would be affordable for Ukrainian mom. So we went to the shops. I thought that I'd see happy faces and eyes of Ukrainian moms. At long last, organic oatmeals. Nothing like that. People would pick up a package and put it back on the shelf. Well, we thought that we should probably label our packaging to say chemicals free. as you understand that if we labeled 20 tons of our output, so there were lots of challenging things for us to address. Fortunately, we've managed, and in the back of you can see all the good packaging. Well, thanks God, but at that time it was premature. Unfortunately, the then director is no longer with us. His health deteriorated. Volodymyr Hulavsky, let me remember his name. At that time, Żmeń KTM started their promotion campaign. Their next door neighbors, you must have been looking at them and started to think about organic. It was 2010 or something. We attended international fairs. Warsaw held Organic Marketing Forum annually in the spring for Ukrainian, Czech, Polish producers. We exhibited our offer in 2009, 2010, and 2011, but it had no sense. They didn't care about double steam processing. They wanted to market something handmade, really. So no chances of cooperation. Let's look at what we have today, just to be able to compare. The current situation with the exports of let's take a gander at this frustrating story. In 2023, processed exports millet, as you can see. However, you may recognize that typically millet is chosen when you have processing capacity, because oxidation starts pretty soon after the this is a gluten-free product, and the links to exports were long established. The Ivan Tomenko from Pole Agro firma Pole was the trailblazer, and I still recall the days when he started development and tried to enter international markets. So we even talked, and I told him, look, you go by trial and error, nobody to learn from. And then Tobis mentioned, Ivan, once you start organic, you'll see that the good name of your traditional product will also improve, which indeed happened. There were times when the share of organic versus non-organic millet was high, more than 50% of organic. Others will come in later. Well, I remember. It would be interesting to hear from you, because you were amassing this experience of organic elsewhere and then started growing it in a larger enterprise. Well, that's up to you. You can share whatever you like to. But typically, organic producers try to be open.
All flakes, 368 tons from Ukraine. Buckwheat cereal, spelt cereal, wheat flour, Well,
Динаміка
you
експорту продукції переробки
shouldn't have
зернових
mentioned
культур
it.
в ЄС.
Then,
Що ми бачимо? В 2 рази скорочено
dynamics of
ціну
export
тату
of
в роки
grain,
війни, да,
processed
які
grain from
з'являються.
Ukraine to the EU.
Дуже багато втрачено було товару
We
довіри. Ми займаємося
have
релігією,
lost
і
trust.
сьогодні була
That's
фраза,
what we
що,
can
на жаль,
hear.
менше було
We
перероблено. Менше
have
було
already heard
перероблено
today
за
that
перший рік війни. Чому? Тому що
few products
світло
were
давали по
processed
4 години. Вибачте
um,
за слово, ну ніхто не
since
міг
the war started
розтопити
because
завод,
we've had power outages,
через 4
and
години відпускати
it's
замість
reasonable that
генератори, тому що
we cannot
люди тоді,
work
поки
on
підпалять свої
generators
палки, хоче, а
uh,
не жарити на ній.
because the cost wouldn't be
Чорнобиль, вся
justified.
група пластівці, тут така
Millet,
більш стабільний такий ринок.
oatmeal, and
Борошно інших зернових,
flakes, flour of other grains,
борошно кукурудзяне, кукурудзяна
corn
крупа
flour, corn
пластівці.
cereal, and flakes.
Печальна картина, правда?
Well, it's a sad
Країни
picture, right?
імпорту. Ну, Польща зрозуміло, тому
Country
що
of
в
import.
Польщу заходить,
Poland,
Польща воно
obviously,
втрачає
because it goes to
певні
Poland
свої
and it
походження і
loses
вже далі йде
the
більш
origins,
європейські.
so to say, and
Франція,
goes
Чехія, Нідерланди,
further to
Німеччина, це
France, Czech
основні
Republic,
приймачі
Netherlands, Germany.
нашої
These are the
продукції.
main receivers of our products.
Навіть не хочеться дивитись на ці слайди,
I
правда?
don't even want to look at these slides.
Да, на жаль, ситуація така.
Unfortunately,
Добре,
that's the
давайте
current situation.
попробуємо тоді трошки
All right,
поговорити,
let's try
щоб ви
to
розказали,
have a
які
discussion
плани з
here. I
експорту
would like you
перероблених
to
продуктів
say about
до
the
внутрішнього ринку ми
plans
потім підійдемо. Давайте
as
зараз
to the
попробуємо
exports of
поговорити про
processed
експорт. Тому що експорт, воно на
products.
сьогоднішній день
We
якось
will then
хочеться поговорити.
discuss the internal market, but let's
Які
speak
плани з
about the
експорту перероблених
prospects
продуктів
and the plans
ваших підприємств?
to export the processed products. What do you lack for successful exports, and what do you think you should focus on to implement your exports plans? If any participants have questions, please raise your hand so that we interrupt our speakers and ask these questions right away. Who would like to be the first one, please?
Чи такі трохи печальні, ну не все так
Well,
насправді погано.
not everything is so bad.
2020 року також наша діяльність.
I remember our activities since 2020, and we've had growth. The year 2023 was problematic because there were issues with productivity, with some crops, but the situation is not so bad. If we take the percentage, it's 7-9% of the general export. As to the plants, we plan 30-35%. We hope to expand B2B sector and B2C because 70% of our organic sales is B2B. So the packaging changes later, and the trademarks put their own labels. What was the next question? What do you like for successful exports? But I will probably try to add another question. At the international exhibition BioFac, you have your separate stand. Yes, we've been showing our stand for the fifth consecutive year. Yes.
Ви точно хочете, щоб я відповідав на це
Do
питання?
you really want me to answer this question?
Ми зібрались в цьому залі для
We've
того
gathered
говорити.
in this hall to have a discussion.
Олексій Язиков
Yeah,
сьогодні
sure.
гарно сказав,
Alexei
між нами
Yazykov
немає
said very well
конкуренції.
that
Чому?
we
Тому
have
що
no
якщо у вас буде
competition
представлений
among ourselves
асортимент,
because
якщо
if
у нас
our
буде гарна
items,
група
our products
я сподіваюся,
are
що ви зможемо
represented, I
знайти
hope that we will be able to find new channels. I think we will speak about that in the end of our discussion. And we will be better represented. It's better than if there is only one manufacturer represented. So, did you gain an equivalent status? Did it help you? No, it's not because of benefits. It's because of the attitude of the state to the business. When we started doing that, there was no promotion of Ukraine. We were always with our own stand. And we also had a flag of Ukraine, so everyone could see that we're from Ukraine. But we sometimes we were suggested to participate from TPP, etc. The price was lower, so that's why we there were such times, and that's what our choice. What were the results from the BFAH? I can say that in experts' activities, participating in exhibitions is very important. It's very useful. You should go to different exhibitions. It doesn't always work during the first year, but sometimes in 5 years, people reach out to you and ask, "Can you still suggest something for us? Can we arrange something?" And so it works. It doesn't always happen instantly. You might even think right after the exhibition that it was useless, but in 2 or 3 years, people start recognizing you. They see that you are represented, you keep working, you are open, you communicate, and it brings its results. So you should just promote Ukraine regularly so that everyone knows our quality and our products. Are you going to the BFF next year? Yes, of course, with our own stand, of course. First, we were not offered to participate in this general Ukrainian stand, and second, we've been having this place for our stand for 5 years, so that's why we do not want to lose it. Did you compare what share of your organic process is exported for baby food, and what's the share for usual consumer? No, organics and baby food are completely different things. I know that you provide only organic to HIP. No, we no longer work with HIP, though we did. Thank you. If you want to add anything on this topic, it will be very interesting. Anvi? Yes, I will say a few words. I said that we've opened this year, so we attended BFPAC. I can confirm that exhibitions are indeed very important, and it's true that you establish contacts, and in 6 months or a year, people remember about you. So this dialogue during exhibitions are priceless, and you have to invest, you have to communicate. If you know personally other people, it is valued. I can give you an example of the United States. It's very interesting with the United States. They do not like to chat and message. They prefer direct communications, which is very brief. But if you establish closer ties during exhibitions, etc., um, business transforms into a very interesting history, a very interesting cooperation. You, it's easier for you to arrange and agree on things. Are you exporting this year? Yes, only millet. I also plan to start processing two other crops, but we need time for that. I was speaking about European market or the US market as well. I made a mistake. I will acknowledge that in the beginning of the year I made a mistake because I wanted to start with EU, but it was wrong because the quota um, was reintroduced and I had to change the direction. For now, everything is good, and starting from January, they will take everything. Do you believe that Ukraine can export products to the US market? I mean ingredients, not the products in packaging, but the ingredients like millet, oat flakes. I'm not ready to answer. Maybe Slobodanka can say more about that. We were supplying ingredients to the EU, but now there is a problem of logistics. The cost of logistics is the reason why why we
Ми
can't
не
do that.
займаємося олією, у нас
Uh,
логістика в
yes,
10
we
разів було здорожчана
work
з
with
моменту, як ми
oilseeds,
починали
and the
до
logistics
цієї кризи.
became
Я того і запитав, чи можна
10 times
не
more
упакований
expensive than it
готовий
was
продукт
before.
на
That's
продаж
why I
максимальну
asked
додану
about
вартість? Чи як
the
B2B так.
ingredients, not
Воно працює, воно
the
працювало, тобто
packaging.
ринок Америки,
B2B, it
латинська
worked
Америка
and
у
it
нас
keeps
купив
working.
часи, був
Before the pandemic,
дуже великий контракт
we
по
had
транснаціональним
a
селям.
significant contract on oat flakes with Latin America. There was a demand, huge demand, and they wanted to get 5,000 tons a year. Everything was calculated like that, but then pandemic, then the war, and unfortunately. Thank you, Andrei. Would you like to add something else, Mikola?
Я подивився на таблицю.
I just looked at the table. You said that it is unpleasant data, but remember this story with two managers who went to Africa to sell shoes, and one buyer said we don't need that, and another one said it's a great product. So experts of organic existed before, and since we have traditional products and for a manager it is easier to sell conventional products, so exports of non-organic oat flakes returned to the level of 2021. And as to organic products, I already said that when we start producing more, we see that we have to add something else to what we could offer before. There are prospects as to export, as you correctly pointed out. Breeding millet somewhere will be harder than shipping the ingredients. With the necessary marketing skills, it is of course easier, but the optimal way is to cooperate with B2B. There was a company from Netherlands purchasing ingredients from us for oat milk and almond milk. For me, the hardest question is related to raw materials. Maybe there will be time when we will agree on everything. There is our partner present in this hall, and for the last 2 years we have been buying millet from USAID Agro, and it was very easy when we could call directly to the representative and ask directly. So I have a stable price, I have sufficient quality, and then we can sell. It is now about internal market. I can see the volume we realize on internal market. It's approximately 50 tons per year. National networks cooperate with us, but with smaller volumes, and it's hard to be sufficiently fast. So when you calculate everything per year, and then expert managers come and say, let's ship millet from where and to who. There are suppliers, there are new suppliers, but honestly I still do not understand the need in growing some crops. the oats, for example, but probably there are such reasons as crop rotation, necessity of grain for animals. So this crop has its benefits and disadvantages. You cannot go to a person and ask to grow a certain amount of oats because the market price is uh, lower. So, what's the difference in percentage between the organic and non-organic products on internal market? 60% and higher. And in the beginning of the dialogue, it was 30%. You understand that our products are 30 to 35% more expensive, but when they go to the shelves of supermarkets, they add their own percentage and the price grows even more. And in case of oats, it's 60%. And wheat, it's a lot more. So if we ship the raw materials, it will be like that. All right. At your new enterprise, you implement new technological measures, and as far as I understand, the products will be of better quality. Do you plan to attend exhibition this year? Not this year, in 1 year I will go there. So in 2026. And you will have your own stand at this exhibition? Yes. I wanted to add, as to international exhibitions, I support my colleagues. All the buyers want stability, and if you have a permanent stand at such exhibitions, it's a sign of stability. They can see you, they understand that you keep operating. I do not have questions to the people I regularly see during conferences as to the payments, late payments, etc. So the visibility, the presence is a sign of stability. Plus, when clients start looking for a product, the Google shows your company thanks to the participation in this international exhibition. Then there are different B2B platforms, your pages. There are approximately 4 platforms like that. We use 2 of them, and it works well. Thank you. We have grain producers represented here, and if you look at how our berry producers work, and by fact they have a separate stand, and they are very good in terms of communication with potential clients. So they can find everything for them and they can offer anything. So hopefully our grain producers will work similarly. We are not going to speak about the crops that are temporarily not elements of our organic business in Ukraine. I mean production of pumpkin seeds. We've had nice experts and we're restoring this business, but we can talk about it in the end. And now I would like to give the floor to Lyubov for her to describe what are the problems with experts and how they develop.
Well, from day one, we understood we'd be B2B, supplying ingredients to mills and food markets. We looked at international experience and opted for our market, UK. So we didn't cherish any illusions with regard to the internal market. So when we invested in business, we invested not only in the buildings capacity, no, we invested into market research and our partners. We wanted to know all about UK market, about its special features, as opposed, say, to US. I am currently in US, and despite the fact that they speak basically the same language, there are many differences between them. We also invested in training our skills. UK is a country of traditions going back centuries. For them, confidence in supplies is important, as well as their good name, reputation. UK is not exactly that open to direct exports. They rely on supply chain, importer, distributor, wholesale. So indeed, it's a long chain along which your product moves, and they rarely skip the steps. We otherwise have a fantastic team based in UK. All of them are Ukrainians with this is so to speak, positive consequences of the situation as it evolved after 2022. We also attend and participate in different fairs, including specialized fairs like feed, animal feed, but we also take part in local UK fairs, and we brand ourselves. Well, it is important to see all that supply chain end to end. We position ourselves as Ukrainian producers. UK is very favorable in this regard. They've always been supportive of Ukraine in this war, and they are ready to buy Ukrainian, well, as long as you don't break this understanding of supply chain. On the other hand, when you supply UK companies, you are expected to have all relevant certifications. They are tolerant to EU, but they SIDEX, they have their own ethical standards. So we try to comply and address all those challenges in spite of the war and skyrocketed logistical costs. Now that the ports have reopened, we work with container carriers in parallel, so to speak. However, it creates additional challenges with regard to internal transportation in UK. So on one hand, we really would like to show confidence in our supply chain. On the other hand, in 3 years of our operation in UK, and we tripled volumes that made other potential partners see they can rely on us. Plus, they like to see that they're helping our country. On the other hand, we understand that local farmers don't want to compete against Dutch traders or Polish traders, sorry. Our buyer want to be sure in the quality of products, and not every one of. So from the we have samples, we send it to UK, we test it. There is, so to speak, kind of a lead time before we see that the product fits the bill, but 2 weeks may be too long for some. Dutch or Polish traders have a competitive edge in this regard. So what we have at the end of the day, that the raw material is processed, transported in Poland or the Netherlands, and we then see it where we could see buckwheat labeled origin in Poland. Indeed, how much buckwheat do you think they can grow in the Netherlands? So our colleagues mentioned Gallus Sangra case, so we would like to know better what farmers seek, what they want to us for us to become part of their long-term supply chain. Other challenges, well, of course, competition. I understand that my time is running short, so I'll conclude by saying that now we, all of us, face the same challenges in terms of competition. China was mentioned as strong contender, so to speak, given that their logistics is better. Additionally, there's a new challenge coming our way. Europe seems to have decided that Kazakhstan is a strategic supplier of raw material for Europe, including grain. We know that there's a lot of counterfeit. For us, it is something that offers a chance of discussion as to how we can resist it. We'll probably discuss it offline. We first need to come into agreement upon it between ourselves. My understanding is that we needn't discuss competition in this panel discussion. It's rather about joining forces. Maybe we did have to consolidate our effort, join our forces to achieve more in some target markets, such as UK. I have another, probably final question for this panel discussion. Where do you think we, government, others can support you, can help you? On the government end, Lubov was right. A lot of Russian grain comes to the market, including Ukraine, labeled as Kazakhstan. So probably our diplomats need to step up their effort in order to enforce quotas, probably differentiate between ready-made and the grain, because if it's cornmeal, say, the quota comes under the general corn quota, 5,000 tons per annum, but you have it all delivered in the first 2 days of a new year. 2 tanker loads. Well, fairs, projects may help us all with presenting ourselves at different fairs. Otherwise, as always, hopefully grains won't deplete all the quotas. If you take corn, say, back in 2022, I mentioned we do so we built lots of contacts in Poland with the animal and you know what they say, we'd be happy to process your product. It's so homogeneous. So what I'm saying that let's hope that the grain won't exhaust all the quotas. Next year we're planning to work on with USAID. We need their support in order to increase our raw material storage capacity. I see that they look at some project that we could take part in. Now, organic exports, of course, export certificate support, so we didn't have to
Також робимо якийсь заділ і не завжди попадаємо. По-друге,
shouldn't factor in it. Fairs and
мабуть,
trade fairs clearly, and schools, great if we have more of them for internal market. But looking at the Poltava experience, public policy, clear public policy would be more than welcome to somehow set the internal market in motion. Lubov, what you say? Oh, we are very happy to take part in different fairs supported by USAID. And by the way, let me say thank you to the conveners of this conference. Help organic certification. I think that support here can be broadened, not just organic specific certification, may be supported by other types of certification, food safety or other standards applicable in some jurisdictions, BRC or the most challenging thing for us. We put our development on ice because we are not a strategic company with lots of personnel. We lost 30% of our personnel due to war. Some of them joined voluntarily. Another part of personnel are now mobilized mandatorily. You know, I understand that some processors find it easier to ship to Poland or Romania, process and go ahead. Us, we would like to support internal processing, domestic processing capabilities. So the government will probably help us by showing how we can planning our labor force. We are 80% of our staff are women, so I can see how we can convert to production dealing with 25 kilo sacks that need to be handled somehow, lifted, moved around. Maybe automation is a way ahead. So if at all possible, it would be good for us to be able to do study tours, visiting some of the successful projects in the West so we can better understand how we can automate our production. Thank you. Unfortunately, we've run out of time, and hopefully we can continue our discussion at a later stage. Maybe a final word from, well, glory to Ukraine, together to victory. And of course, we need to say thank you to Lubov, where it is 7 a.m. local time. Thank you. I would appreciate all panelists. My name's Linek, but I still would like to ask Lyubov, the only lady embellishing this panel discussion. I know that you contribute to the ultimate victory of Ukraine. Lyubov, how do you communicate with your local partners? English, Russian, Ukrainian? Well, generally, how would you improve your communication? I operate in English here at least. And by the way, it's easier for me to operate in English here than in UK. English is a global language of communication. So I'd say that America is the easiest in terms of communication. In Britain, in UK, we advanced big time, but the volume is a tiny fraction of what Ukraine could have otherwise exported. So now in US, I'm trying to promote our product and that of our partners, Skvira. We work together with some companies represented at your podium. So maybe Ukrainian, USM, CHAM, UK, Ukraine Chamber of Commerce and Trade could do events like that in different formats, because it is 7 a.m. in the States. Hard to believe that anyone would like to join that early in the morning. I'm not saying that I see no prospects in Europe, but what I'm saying that communication is accepted very positively in the US. You should have told that Ukraine speaks the language of quality. Oh yes, it does, but we need to convince our partners that in spite of war, in spite of the challenges, we are here and we will be there for years to come. But you can only do that if you, by doing. If you keep doing what you are doing. Thank you very much. Thanks for abusing a little bit time. So improve your indicators so we can all enjoy looking at even higher figures. So next time when we get together, may I advise the participants that they could want to make use of the headsets, and so far as our forthcoming panel is delivered by English-speaking participants, we asked them to tell us more about the current state of play, where Ukraine is, so to speak, welcome. Every aspect will focus on specific market segments. Amos, who is General Manager of AgroProtein, will have the floor first. We met about 10 years ago at a conference we held in Kiev. So I am immensely happy to know that he's been still working with Ukrainian companies. By the way, Amos visited Ukraine several times after the start of the full-scale invasion. So Amos The floor is yours, and Amos will be talking about imports of agricultural protein crops and oil seeds. Amos?
I hope you hear me and you see my presentation.
Just a second, Amos. Continue, please. Продовжуй.
Yes. So, do you see everything? My presentation is visible?
Amos, якщо ти мене чуєш, прошу переключитися.
If you can hear me, could you please choose a channel
Ми чули переклад тут.
so that we hear the interpretation here?
English channel.
Should I switch to Ukrainian channel or to
English,
which one?
English.
Yes, I have chosen it. So otherwise you need to advise me how to switch.
Just 1 minute, Amos. Okay, so everything is fine, Amos, please continue. Всі одягайте навушники. Please continue.
Okay, so thank you very much for inviting me. Unfortunately, I can't participate this time in person, but for sure I will visit Ukraine once again at the very latest in spring 2025. It's a great pleasure for me to have this presentation today and also to be partner for Ukrainian organic suppliers since so many years. I personally started my business relation with Ukrainian suppliers since 2012. And in agri-protein, we started our collaboration with Ukrainian suppliers already in 2015. I just want to introduce a little bit agri-protein, what we are doing. Agri-protein has been founded in 2014, and our main activities is processing organic soya in two sites located in Germany. One site is located in Minden, which is between Hanover and Dortmund, and the other one is located in the east.
Amos,
yes?
Could you please share your presentation in English?
Okay, I will do it once again. So, is it visible for you in this moment?
No, we don't see. We see only you, but we don't see your presentation. We see in Ukrainian, but we need to see also your in English.
You see it?
We see it because we open it, but we don't see what you.
Okay.
I can see his presentation actually.
Okay, that's fine now, Ramos. Please continue. Yes, thank you.
Okay, very good. Okay, so agri-protein has been founded in 2014, sorry. We have two sites where we are processing organic soybeans. One is located in Minden, which is between Hanover and Dortmund. And the other one is located in the eastern part of Germany, close to Magdeburg, in the small village of Pilsringen. Our total daily capacity is 140 metric tons per day, and we are processing soya for cake and oil. Beside the soya processing, we are also trading with organic raw materials, and a lot of them, in particular sunflower cake and oil seeds and grains, we are purchasing also in Ukraine. Our focus is on the so-called association organic goods. It is about Natureland, Bioland, and BioSwiss certified products, and we are releasing in particular soybeans for Natureland and Bioland purposes, also from Ukraine. Our supply, if it comes to the topic of organic soybean, is more than 70% from Ukraine. So therefore, we are really addicted to your country, and for us, it is quite important, and not only important, also necessary to continue our collaboration in Ukraine. And we are very, very happy that we are able to continue even under the war situation. You asked me a little bit to speak about protein products. Regarding the feed protein in organic, the demand has been decreased a little bit in the 2022 and 2023 due to the economic situation. But since this summer, we see again a positive development, and the difficult situation has been passed already, and this is very good for us, because our main goal is to provide to the organic market feed protein containing products. The focus is on high protein containing products. It comes to the requirements of 100% organic content in feed rations, except piglets and young poultry. And due to this requirement of 100% organic containing protein products, we need to use protein products with high protein content. That means soya and also high protein sunflower cake is replacing peas, lupins, and beans with less protein content, because otherwise it is not able to fulfill the requirement of 100% organic ingredients in feedstuff rations. Regarding the Ukrainian suppliers, I see a very good situation regarding the export of soya and also sunflower cake. With the option of approving the so-called association organic market. And that means that we really need to collaborate with reliable Ukrainian suppliers, which are really living organic agriculture and not only fulfilling the very minimum standard. Otherwise, it is not possible to join this so-called association organic market. I want to step in also a little bit into this food sector of protein product. And what I mentioned here, it is not only about the organic, it is also about the conventional market. This plant-based protein market had a hype last couple of 5 years, but then the market and also the feeling becomes a bit depressive, because the expectations regarding the market was a little bit too high and a little bit too over sophisticated. But now the market has been changed a little bit, and the market has started to increase a little bit again in organic steps in an organic growth with realistic expectations. Soya plays a large role in this special market of food proteins because of this very good and specialized technofunctional properties of soya, but there are also an emerging market for other non-soya products such as beans and peas. They are also becoming more and more important. And what I mentioned regarding the conventional market is more or less so applicable for the organic market. And I think the future market will grow in plant-based proteins in conventional and organic, and I see also a large or potential for Ukrainian suppliers for this market. I just want to step into the oil market. If it comes to sunflower protein and soya protein, of course, the oil market is very addicted to those products because you need to take out the oil from those products like sunflower and soya. And that means we need to serve, on the one hand, the oil market, but we need to sell the oil. And we had the last couple of months a very difficult situation of in the oil market. The oil price becomes very volatile, and it was extremely difficult to sell plant oil in conventional and also the organic market. But now the situation has changed a little bit. It has improved since a couple of months, and this is something we are very happy about. And we need to say, it's very clear that this market for organic plant oil is very addicted to the conventional prices. In my experience, I don't see any other market where organic prices and conventional prices are in such a close dependency. I want to give you a general outlook about the situation. The organic market has consolidated again. However, we don't know what the future will bring and how sustainable this recovery is. We need to face a very difficult geopolitical instability, and of course, Ukrainians are more than aware about the situation. We have a global situation of a lot of tensions and economic risks. The largest economy in Europe, which is Germany, is still threatened by a recession. The government crisis in Germany and the results of the United States presidential and congressional elections may have an unforeseen prosecutions. And of course, this means that risk management does matter. Coming to the implications for the Ukrainian organic suppliers. Ukrainians have a key role in the supply chain. Ukraine has a secure and indispensable place for supplying organic protein and oilseed to the import markets for the European Union, EFTA, and the United States. The logistics situation is very, very important because after the full-scale war started, we were able only to bring products from Ukraine by truck to European Union. And now we are very, very happy that other alternative schemes are possible and accessible again. We already importing 2 full trains from Ukraine to our places, and we are expecting to import until next harvest up to for us of full trains, and this is something we are very happy, and uh, we see that this is a very important option to improve the logistics, and our idea is want to bring into your internal discussion to start some intercompany approaches for bundling quantities in order to use these alternative schemes going away from the transport and using barges or using train deliveries. One, in my opinion, very, very important issue is the reputation of Ukrainian organic products. It has been improved during the last couple of years, but it is necessary to take a lot of effort to keep it stable. And I think the most important market Germany is the so-called association market, and Switzerland is the Swiss market. And I think that's important that Ukrainian suppliers are meeting the special requirements of this so-called high-level organic market. Yes, and now, last but not least, I want to address to you a special demand for a very special export product I'm looking forward from Ukraine. For Western societies, and this is really a deep feeling from my side, this is not related to the organic situation, they are still dreaming about the old world of carelessness, and they are not understanding the situation has passed, and that we in Western Europe need to leave the comfort zone. And my wish is that you Ukrainians will give us something of your admirable courage and your brave confidence that you have despite the truly precarious situation in which you are. And I wish that we in Western Europe have more courage and more strength, and that brings us to the situation to continue the future support for Ukraine without any restrictions. And then, if consumers in Western Europe countries are continuing urgently consume organic products, I hope finally the good will win in our world. Okay, danke, thank you very much, and vielen Dank.
Дуже дякую.
Thank you very much, Amos.
Дуже дякую за цінну інформацію.
Thank you for this valuable
Я
information.
сподіваюся, ви ще зможете
I
залишитися
hope
до
you will be
кінця
able to stay
сесії,
with us
тому
until
що
the end of
ми
the
будемо
session,
працювати в такому форматі,
because
що
we
послухаємо
will
презентації всіх трьох
now
спікерів,
listen
а
to
потім,
the
можливо, якісь питання будуть.
presentations of
Питань
next
до мене є
speakers,
кілька питань,
and
які хотів би
after
задати
that
всім.
we will have a session of questions
Супер,
and
ми тоді
answers.
рухаємося
Perfect.
далі.
Let's continue.
Ви
Пам'ятаєте,
знаєте, мої колеги, про
You may still remember one slide I showed you showing the Netherlands, Austria, Germany, Switzerland, the main destination countries. Now we've heard a representative from Germany, and I would like to invite Severin who prepared a presentation on the supply of Ukrainian cereals to Europe. Can you share your presentation? We can't hear you, Severin. No, we can't hear you.
Can everyone hear me?
Тепер чуєте? Please share your presentation.
More on the oilseeds. I will speak about the cereals and especially about Ukraine's strategic role for Europe. So first I will introduce our company, then we go back to a general market overview. I will go a little bit also into the past to explain the current market and also what we think will be the future market. Our company is BGT. We are a specialized raw material trader for BioSwiss and EU Organic. We are doing transport, imports, and sale of Ukraine oilseeds, oil cereals, and bakery seeds, mainly to EU and Switzerland. We are well connected to German, Austrian, and Swiss authorities, and we are releasing since many years Ukrainian goods in Europe. First of all, I would like to talk about some market overview. You can see here that Germany is one of the biggest, as almost already explained, with France and also Switzerland. And what I would like to explain is that Switzerland seems quite a bit bigger than it really is, because if you go to the consumption, you can see a price of 437 euros. But in Switzerland, we have high custom fees. So for example, for corn, we pay 140 euros per ton for the import of corn. These are all important markets for Ukraine, which are mentioned here. So why is Ukraine so important for the organic cereal market? First of all, most of the corn and wheat import into the European Union is coming from Ukraine. The customers, they trust in the quality. We have good soil. We have no legacy of pesticides. So often when we analyze, we don't find any residues. Then we have the traceability system with the COI system. So we have the full traceability, which we don't have in a lot of European countries. And additionally, the import customs fees for cereals, especially for raw material, is zero. And for the processed, we have preferential contingents, which will open again beginning next year. So we are much more competitive than other countries. Why the quality is so good is because of the soil. We have very good qualities for example, wheat with high protein. This year also good kilogram hectoliter. The soil has no pesticides. So the only issue we are facing is phosphatul. But until now, every lot we were able to release in Europe because the authorities, they are very open to release goods with phosphatul as long as we don't find phosphatul I. And third, which is maybe one of the most important, is the long experience in cultivation of organic products and also the many researchers which are specialists and also share the information with other farmers. So together, the farmers in Ukraine are much more advanced than many farmers in Europe. So now I would like to go back to the past a little bit to explain why we are in this situation in the current market. So in 2022, we had a 37% decrease in farmland in Ukraine. Also, the retail sales were very bad in 2022 and kept falling in the next years. Europe was lucky because in France, in 2022, they planted a lot of organic. And in 2023, they had a big harvest for organic. So actually, most cereals which we used to buy from Ukraine now flowed from France to Netherlands and Belgium and Western German customers. European cereal farmers are really frustrated since 2023 because we all saw the price fall of many cereals. actually, until this year in 2024, in May, June, we had the lowest prices and also the lowest export prices I was able to see from Ukraine. So, but what about now? The markets are changing very rapidly. So actually we have very good demand at the moment from Netherlands, Belgium, Scandinavia. At the time when I was writing this presentation, we had not a lot of demand from Germany, but actually the last 2 days, this changed a lot. Also Germany and Italy did now request a lot of cereals. So I think we all feel that for many products at the moment, there is not a lot of supply. We had bad harvests in Europe, and there still needs to be a lot of goods imported. Many buyers are still short. And I think we are transitioning now finally to a seller market. And for some products, this is very obvious. For example, for sunflower kernels, the harvests have been very bad, and many buyers are now searching good qualities for hulling, and there is nearly none. So honestly, I expect for some products that in 2025 until April, we will not have any goods left in the market, and we are totally in a buyer market. Also, what I think, for example, for sunflower kernels, is that when we run out of goods next year, that with the new harvest, there will be a big fight for the products at the beginning, because we will see some product shortages. And what we also need is good wheat with a good kilogram hectoliter and good protein. Also durum is needed. I also would like to talk a little bit about the challenges of the logistic we face in Europe, but also the opportunities we now have. Until now, big bags in trucks was very competitive. We were able to custom clear right away, on the way, deliver directly to the customers. But many customers in Europe are not able to unload big bags. So this makes big bags not competitive for some clients because transloading is not possible. It's too much costs in and out, and also contamination risk. So what we are seeing right now, actually also this week, that the container freights from Odessa are decreasing quite quickly. So I think from now on that container freights bulk in inliner will be interesting again for clients which are near from the port. So this gives many opportunities right now. And then we also have the regulatory hurdles. Unfortunately, in Europe, it's everywhere it's a little bit the same. The worst is actually in Germany, where there are, in each Bundesland, there are different authorities. And also Therese, for example, a lot with Fossetyl can also be released in one Bundesland and the other not. So this gives also chances, because there will always be countries where we can import, and there will always be countries where we have good harvests or bad harvests where we can sell Ukrainian goods. So now I would like to go and talk a little bit about the outlook and opportunities. And I heard some things today, for example, about Kazakhstan's threat, maybe. And I can only tell you that from Kazakhstan, we have quite high freights. And in the past, we only imported very high quality milling wheat, 15 to 16%. All the other goods have not been competitive, and the freights are still very high. Where I see a lot of possibilities also for harvest 2025 will be the high quality products. I think one special product which is corn with low aflatoxins, because we produce a lot of polenta in Europe, and they are using normal corn actually with low aflatoxins value. And I also would like to talk about the soybeans, because at the moment, in 2022, we had like more than 80,000 tons imported into the EU from Togo, which was a lot. But due to many issues in Europe and with residues and purity and some media articles, nearly no buyers anymore are buying from Africa. And a lot of the soybeans from Africa are going to Canada and are processed there and be sent to the US after. At the moment, there are many African countries starting to produce soybeans, like Nigeria, Burkina Faso, Benin, Ghana. There are projects in Congo and Uganda, but they all face the same issues. And also the control bodies are making it difficult for them to export the goods, because they needed to do one analysis per each container, which is a lot of costs. Now some of them are able to do only one for 5 containers, but this is still quite difficult. And also now that small farmers can come together and analyze with strict rules, this is weakening exporters and is causing confusion. So we expect less goods to come actually in the next years. Also because some of the exporters went bankrupt because there is nearly no demand anymore for African soybeans, and not a lot of banks are willing to finance. And we also think that it's important to concentrate on flaxseed, yellow and brown, because the demand is quite good. And we are facing a lot of problems with residues from Kazakhstan. And this is another point. We mentioned it before. Ukraine has very good soil, nearly no residues, and also not so much problems with phosphatul, especially phosphatul AI. And China, especially, which is exporting a lot of soybean meal, which is making it difficult to compete for many. They have a huge phosphatul problem, but nobody is analyzing yet. But as soon as authorities and control bodies are finding out and do more analysis, they will find out that most cannot be released here. And I think this will, give less pressure in the market for soybeans. And there is actually also a lot of demand right now for soybeans and not so many goods left. And everything which is coming from Africa is quite expensive and people don't like to buy. Thank you.
Дякую, Северін. Дуже цінна.
Thank you, Severin, for your presentation. Like I promised, first we'll take another presentation and go to questions and answers. Amos told us about protein, Severin on cereals. Our next speaker, Dirk, will tell us more about oils actually. Dirk, please share your presentation. We are all ears. No, we can't hear him. No, we can't hear.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Ви мене чуєте?
You can hear me?
Yes, and please, Dirk, better switch off Ukrainian translation, so it will not interrupt.
Okay. Then, I don't know, but if you can hear me,
Так, just stay in Zoom.
thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me. It's a very interesting conference in the Ukraine, and I want. Okay, let us start the presentation, please.
Dirk, you please make switch off the sound from Ukrainian version because we hear it.
Yeah, we are a family business. You can go to the part 2, please. Go to the part 2.
Будь ласка, відключіть, будь ласка, звук української версії, бо ми його чуємо.
We are a family-run business from Austria in the 3rd generation, and we are working together with Ukrainian farmers since many years, more than 10 years. You can go to slide number 2, please.
Сімейна компанія австрійська, вже 3-те покоління, і ми разом працюємо з українськими сільськогосподарськими виробниками вже довгий час, понад 10 років, якщо можна на другий слайд.
Okay, go to slide number 3. Yes, these are the owners. You see the owners. It's a family business, and yeah, please go to the slide number 3 then. Here you see our some facts and figures from our company. Go to the next slide, please. Yeah, here you see some figures and data from our company. We have 375 million turnover in the last year. In our group, we produce 225 tons of sales. Sales means organic as well as conventional. And from our sales, we have 30% of organic shares of organic products. You can go the next slide, please. Go to the next slide, please. Can you switch to the, yeah. One slide before, please. One slide before, please. One slide before, please. Yeah, here you see we are based, our headquarters is in Austria. And here you see that we have also a company in Ukraine. And we have also, yeah, this one. Thank you very much. Here you see our plants where we are working. We have one sales office in Ukraine and also one oil mill in Romania and some other plants around the EU. Please go to the next. Please go to the next one. Here, our exports are going all over the world. Just to see from the EU. Okay, the next one, please. This is an important one. Here you see, this is our oil mill.
розходиться по світу.
Next slide, please.
Ви бачите з Європейського Союзу. Ні, наступний слайд.
Yeah, here you see our oil mill.
Бачите наш олійно-екстракційний завод.
And
Наступний слайд.
here in the oil mill, this is around 80 to 90,000 tons of seeds we are crushing here, and this is 90% organic.
Ось так ви вже бачили цей олійно-екстракційний завод.
The next slide, please.
80-90 тисяч тонн насіння і 90% його органічне.
Dirk,
Yeah, we have all kind of oils. The next slide, please.
can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Just switch on translation on YouTube. Switch off the voice on YouTube translation, and you will be better to show the presentation. Switch off the sound on YouTube translation. Switch off.
Which sound you mean? Sorry.
On YouTube translation. Or close it. You can close it and just continue on Zoom, and you will not hear echo. Just close YouTube and continue only on Zoom. We hear you perfectly.
Okay. Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes, yes, perfect.
Okay. Yeah, you see here what we are doing in. No, sorry. This is wrong. Here we have all kind of different packages, and we also have a bottling plant, but it's not built up here. So we can transport with all different packages. You can go to the next one. We also make. Can you go to the next slide, please? We also in our oil mill we have a dehulling plant where we dehull only organic sunflowers.
But maybe,
yeah, the next slide, please.
Maybe just close the YouTube in general and continue only on Zoom. You don't need YouTube.
Okay.
Close YouTube and you can share your presentation on Zoom as usually you can do it. You don't need YouTube. Close it.
Okay.
Close YouTube and continue only on Zoom and share your presentation on Zoom.
Okay. And do I need this? Do I need it that way?
Fine.
Okay, let us go that way. You see here, this is the main important thing. We have a company in Ukraine with our colleagues. Vladimir Koshiliev is also a guest of your conference. He is around with you.
I think you still didn't close the YouTube. Because we hear Ukrainian translation, it's only on YouTube. You should close YouTube. Just switch off YouTube in general. Stay only on Zoom.
Okay. But I do not have, here you are. I hope it's better now. Here you see, this is very important for our farmers in Ukraine. Sorry that we have this technical item, but don't worry. Vladimir is always with you here, still guest from Europe. This is what we want to do for the farmers. This is the key task of our VFI team in Ukraine.
Sorry that we have this technical item, but don't worry.
So, yeah, Vladimir? Vladimir?
Yes, we hear you. Continue, please.
Vladimir? Now, let us go to the next slide, please. Here, this is for us the more or less important role for the organic farmers. Here you see Gleb, hello Gleb, and all the others. Thank you very much. And for us, we want to work with the farmers also for the next years, because for us it's very important to get Ukrainian goods. And the main goods we are looking for is for sure organic sunflower seeds, hyoleic, and small part also linoleic, and this is very important of us. Please go to the next slide. And here you see where our quality issues are. We are focused on sunflower, rape, and soybeans, and we still in process with farmers in Ukraine. Our team is working with you as a farmers to reach the goals of having the quality we need. I would say more or less we are very pleased with the qualities. We do not have that much problems. Some challenges we have with this phosphonic acid item, but more or less it works fine. Also, the transport and logistic is more or less running well through the Danube River by train and also by trucks. So, excuse me for these technical items, but what I wanted to say is, we want to work with you as the farmers in Ukraine also together the next 10 or 20 years. This is our goal, because we are running organic raw materials only from Europe. This is very important for us. We are not importers from organic materials, organic raw materials from all over the world, just from the EU and from Ukraine. And this is what we want to develop also for the future. And so I have to say thank you very much for listening. You can go to the last slide. Yeah, thank you very much. And here you see also Mr. Volodymyr here is also with you at the conference. Have a nice evening and thank you very much.
Дуже дякуємо, Дірк.
Thank you very much, Dick. We are sorry for the technical glitch. It's 4 p.m. We will take 10 more minutes. I think we have enough time. I would like to ask a question. I have a question to all the participants. I really want to ask it. It is about soybeans. Within previous years, in particular in 2023, Ukraine was third exporter of soybeans into the EU. And the first place has such a country as Togo. They ship most of soybeans to the EU, while in 2023, Ukraine shipped 30% of soybeans to the EU. So together with Togo, Ukraine exports 75% of soya in 2022 and even more in 2023. You can imagine this scale. We know that starting from the 1st of January, there will be the regulation 848 for third countries. As far as I know, when it comes to Togo, it's mostly about small producers, and there are new, more complicated rules as to the control of such group activities. So, in particular, there will be more costs for certification of such products. Does it mean that it will have a positive impact on Ukrainian capacities as to the exports of soybeans to the EU, and we can occupy the place Togo currently has, because for them it will become more expensive? That's my question, and I would like to hear from our experts. Who'd like to be the first?
Yes, if you want, I can answer this question directly. We have some own experience in Western African countries. We are collaborating with two groups of farmers. One is located in Togo, and the other one is in Benin. I think the reliable ones are able to fulfill the new requirements coming from the EU regulation, which will be taken power also for conference 1st of January. But of course, a lot of not reliables went will step out of this market. But as Severin already mentioned, there is a strong demand coming from the United States and Canada. And these West African products will be most likely sold to these countries. We are just feeling that there are some players active in this market. But what I need to say, the strongest competition on the organic soya market does not come from West African countries directly. It comes from the so-called organic Chinese cake. This cake imports into the European Union are fulfilling still the main demand of the so-called EU organic market. Of course, not the so-called association market. And we are talking about volumes much higher than coming from Togo or from Ukraine or both together. This is our main concern, because this so-called organic Chinese soya cake is most likely not organic, and the origin of the beans is most likely also not China, but some African countries, and this is the most serious issue. And but it is not very traceable, and therefore the reports we read in some media in Germany, for example, so-called Spiegel article, was only about the issue of West Africa and not about the much more important issue regarding this Chinese cake.
Дякую, Амос.
Thank you, Amos. Maybe Severin would like to comment?
So what Amos says is correct. The threat is more coming from China with the actually non-organic cake they export to Europe. But here I think we need to work together and make customers aware that they need to analyze phosphatule, because in China there is a huge issue with phosphatule for oilseeds. And if you would take samples and analyze for it, most of the lots we have here would actually fall out. So this would help, because the Chinese also decrease the volumes of pumpkin seed kernels, for example, because there are so many issues here, and we are going more to European pumpkin. And this is maybe also something which would be nice to see, more pumpkin again from Ukraine, because Ukraine used to be a big pumpkin producer some years ago until the accident happened. And I wish that Ukraine can produce more again and supply the European market with it. And also to discuss again what your question actually about the new regulation 848 especially for Africa, where 0.2 hectares to 5 hectares, they can go together in a group and only make one certification. This is actually quite good, because this will result in less cheating from African exporters. And African exporters are losing their suppliers, because they will do it on their own, and they will employ people from the exporters to help them with the know-how and organizing everything. But the exporter will not earn everything. But I think this transitioning will take time. But I think another threat which is coming is from the Congo government is planning to produce quite a big amount of soybeans, and also cake is the plan. But the question is, does Europe want these beans? At the moment, it doesn't look like it. The demand is not here for Togo soybeans, and most of the products are going, as said before, to Canada, because the US has a huge demand for cake and oil, and they are importing in Canada, produce there, and bring it to the US. So I think we have big opportunities for soybeans for also the next harvest.
Дякую, Северін.
Thank you, Severin.
Нас трішки піджимає час, але я знаю, що у нас
We are running out of time,
є пані
but
Марина Канєвська.
I know that we have Ms. Marina Konevsky with us. She represents Gross World Company. She is also an importer, and she buys a lot from Ukraine. Probably she would like to add a few words about what our colleagues said, probably about soya beans as well. Maybe she has something interesting to say. Please, the floor is yours.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for inviting me. It's an honor and pleasure to be part of this conversation. Soybeans, yeah, our company did quite a lot. Ukrainian soybeans, GMO-free and organic for the last 5 years, yeah, as traders. I absolutely agree with Amos that the pressure is less from Africa, more from China, and generally for the market. As we all know, because of this pressure, fantastic factory in Italy went bankrupt last year, Agricola Grain, yeah? And many other European plants were on the level of bankruptcy. What can I say about soybeans? Ukraine is protected somehow with bio-Swiss and re-certification to Naturland. But bio-Swiss market is micro small, yeah, and because everybody from Ukrainian farmers trying to be bio-Swiss. Thanks God, it's somehow working, but Ukraine lost due to Chinese cake and some beans from Togo. Ukraine probably almost totally lost Italian and French and probably Dutch market. Yeah, because everybody have expectations for the price of bio-Swiss. Thanks to organic standard and to Switzerland partners' involvement, it's pretty easy to get bio-Swiss. But what I see is that we almost lost those huge markets due to those two reasons. First reason, pressure from Chinese cake prices, yes, and every farmer trying to grow and to certify bio-Swiss and to get to this market. But the good news, I think, is that we managed to enter tofu and milk producers market, which was a crazy job. It took us a few years. We are talking about white hilum soya. Some farmers successfully grew this type of soya. It's a premium market. It's very difficult to get because every country wants to use their own soy, premium soy. Yes, but we managed, and this market is increasing. What I would like to say to producers in Ukraine, the problem is conditioning. Most of the processes for food, they need soya 99.9 or at least 99.5%, which these facilities in most cases not available for organic farmers, and we have to use outsource. So a lot of profit is wasted between logistics and outsource fees to condition the soya. But me personally, I see the future. First of all, I want to give huge compliments to Ukrainian farmers. The quality of Ukrainian white hilum grade tofu soya is absolutely equal to Canadian. According to our clients, we're very happy to get those reports. We can talk after about varieties, and if somebody is interested, we can have this discussion. So this is very interesting direction. Otherwise, about Togo, again, I agree with speakers before. I don't think Togo will compete so much. The attention of Togo is American market. On top of that, they press in Canada. There are press facilities that opening like mushrooms inside Africa to press and to sell to United States ready cakes. So that's a little comment about soya. Thank you for having me, and thank you for listening.
Дякую, Марина.
Thank you, Marina. Unfortunately, we've run out of time. I have to wind up this panel discussion, but I will certainly appreciate contributions from Amos, Severin, Dirk, and Marina. We have yet another panel discussion on our agenda, and I would therefore ask Mr. Alexander Prichodko to come up front. He'll be moderating this discussion. Alexander has a massive experience in the area. He was working at a company specializing in organic oil, was also 15 years of experiences. FMCG, he is a well-established, so to speak, actor in our sector. That's exactly why we invited him to moderate this final discussion of today. Hi, everyone. I would like to thank all of you who survived the day and are staying to attend yet another panel discussion. To this end, let me invite Alexander Bogayev from Arnica Oil, Volodymyr Koshelov for Life Ukraine, Artem Kontov from Protobarbek, Olga Polozova, owner Krasnohirsk oil extraction plant, and Artem Sklerenko, analytics and strategic planning of Ukrulia. I suggest that we start at figures and then visit some of the questions. And may I ask you to be as open as you can for the purposes of a dialogue. We are, after all, partners. We are all for helping Ukrainian market develop and grow. Let me first focus on trends rather than figures. Trends in 21, 22, and probably 2020 also. Because if we look at the top, so to speak, level, we see how we can grow volumes. I will try to justify my position and then ask you to either corroborate or refute. So these are top countries in 4 years. Again, it is important to see the systemic nature, and in order to do this, we need to see any dynamics. Switzerland peaked in 2023. We have 80 and 90% of the market represented in this discussion panel. I was looking at the table and noted some discrepancies regarding Austria. This is cake. The study relied on different sources, and therefore some of the data may show variance. Well, I see Austria. Matter of fact, these are official data coming from EU traces. There may be some differences regarding non-EU member states, but Austria, no way. Now, do I hear you say that back in 2023, Ukraine imported 0 tons of cake to Austria? Yes. Okay. As a matter of fact, we have a business in Germany. We export to them as well, but I treat them all as Austrians. So it went to Germany, probably. In terms of years and positive dynamics, I can only say that we have been growing our sales of refined sunflower oil. There's an overall review of all countries that we exported to. In other words, the system is basically 4 destinations. All the rest are spontaneous sales. US and Canada make a separate market, but we'll mention that in greater detail later. Now, let me look at crude versus refined. Again, we can see where it's been systemic, showing changes in sales per country. Now, I'll take it all the way back to, if I succeed. Okay, I hope you've all bear this table in mind. Let's look at this slide once again. Organic oil and sunflower cake. Let's do a round of introductions. Tell us briefly about your company, what you process, situation in 24, and plans for the future year. Which countries are you looking at? Good afternoon, Artem. Ukrolia company in sunflower oil market. We've been for 20 years, but we entered organic 6 years ago. 10% is organic sunflower seed, the rest is conventional. Our mission, our goal is to process high olein oil. We have been growing the share of this oil organic. 90% of our processing is again high olein content sunflower. We export to over 70 countries of the world, oil in general, organic, 10 to 20 depending on the year. And speaking products, crude versus refined, and if you export some other products, concentrate, lecithin, probably conditioned sunflower, organic. We've found our niche, and this is refined oil. In non-organic, our capacity, well, is such traditionally that 70% is refined and 30% crude, non-refined. Which countries and volumes are you in? Again, I would point to some inaccuracies. We export alone from 4 to 5,000 tons per annum, and we aren't alone, so there are some additional volumes somewhere not shown. We work in US and Canada market with refined oil, but couldn't see sufficient figures. Then probably we'll give the floor to Olha. Good evening, dear organic family. I'm Olha, and I'm owner of 2 companies, both producing and processing. Around 2,000 leased land, and processing is Krasnoyarsk oil extraction plant. I am amongst seasoned colleagues, 20 years in business. Well, indeed. Myself, I've been in agro for 4 years. However, our oil mill was built in 2011 and initially was designed to process rapeseed Later on, it was refurbished with sunflower, corn, and soya processing equipment. At one time, we can store 30,000 tons of raw material and process 90 tons in a day. In 2020, we started working with organic raw materials. Sergei, he is here with us today, was the first to bring his organic products to us, produce, and that's how it all started. Probably bigger companies didn't find it interesting to process. We did. What else did I want to say? So we entered processing of organic and accordingly got certified. All conceivable certificates, US, Canada, Europe, Switzerland. So, but you have contracts where? I promise to tell you about that. I am not an expert compared to other colleagues. I'm here only to tell you our story. Back in 2022, we were in top 3 of by volume exporting added value organic products. It was a very good year for us, but in 2023, in March, we were in kind of bad luck. We were subject to a hostile takeover. Our enterprise got re-registered on 5 different occasions, which actually paralyzed our operations. We had some prior contracts, but we couldn't perform. We couldn't operate. All of our assets were arrested. Some of our counterparts were gone. Others stayed. There were still others who wanted to apply fines for failure to perform. In other words, 2023 was the divide line for us when we had to focus on legal matters to protect what we rightfully owned. So it was only in 2024 that we find it possible to resume our operation. We were late to buy organic raw materials. It's always in sort of short supply. Competition is quite dynamic. We provided services of conditioning, seeds operating as a silo. Later on, we succeeded in getting access to a credit line, but my economy doesn't show some good margin, so we stopped buying seeds. So you are using your own raw seeds, or you are doing some preventive, our personnel is still at work. If we downsize or lock them out, we'll never be able to get them back. So we stopped doing processing. Remember, I told you earlier that we are producers, non-organic seeds. We could process it clearly, but this would make us raw material supplier rather than processor. Oil prices don't go as swiftly as raw material. Probably all other plants are in the same situation. The seeds some are at much better situation than before, but we'll talk about that later. Alexander, on one hand, you are a new kid on the processing block. On the other hand, you are a quite seasoned exporter. So let's put it this way. As the demand for oil and what countries are you looking at? Hi, I'm Alexander. I am director of a newly established Arnica oil company. We were created in May 2023. In September 2023, we started construction of an oil press with 150 tons daily capacity. Later on, we commissioned phase one of this plant, and 2 months we've been doing some initial tests. 2,000 tons processed to date, but we are not yet over with this pre-commissioning test. Your own sunflower seeds, well, Arnica, one of our founders is Arnica Agro Group. They are processing their own sunflower seeds 2023. So we process it, plus we use it for the testing purposes to get us started. Export destination. Currently, well, first we'd invested quite some money in the construction of the plant, so we're not looking forward to buying. Will be processing outsourced. So I understand that you are still working on the best model. You're right. Currently, it is a bad idea to buy organic and process it. And your capacity is 150 tons a day. Artem, your company, you are a service company, a processing company. Who are you? Tell us more about your model, and please comment on what impact your losses at Kherson made on your business. Did you have time to reformat? Hello. I am owner and director of a small family business with unlimited organic experience. In organic, we've been operating since 2014. We grow our own raw material. We also do exports, logistics, operations, storage, processing. Fortunately, not on our own facilities. I sympathize with those who own these, because it's always a problem to find personnel, especially at the time of war mobilization. Indeed, we had to reformat our operation. Prior, we worked with cotton transshipment. We were, so to speak, geared towards loading big ships. Now it's destroyed. Lots of land is in the occupied territories now. So people, many people just survive. Some businesses manage to survive. One of it is located in Chernobayevka. For 18 months, we demined, decontaminated the acreage. As of now, the company is registered at Ternopil. We have some storage facilities, a fleet of vehicles, well, a very teeny-weeny fleet as compared to what we had at our disposal before. And where do you export? EU? Close by, inexpensive, quick money.
All right, we got the model. Volodymyr, let's go back to you. Let's talk about trends and volumes. As we could see on the presentation, you export to over 70 countries. We can see there Germany, Austria, and there is a big share of supplies from your company. Thank you, Alexander. I will say a few words about oil. Unfortunately, due to technical problems, Dick was not talking about that. And it's quite interesting. In 2023, we sold a lot of cake. No, it's perfect. And it seems like we've sold a small amount of oil. But if we compare the years 2022-23, we can see unequal proportions. So what does it say us? It says that a share of oil was sold as conventional in 2023, even though it was of organic quality. So if we remember the problems of the start of the full-scale invasion, everyone was exporting in large amounts without thinking what will be next. And those who could evacuate their products were selling it. In 2022, the situation was that the prices went up significantly, at least for the export oil. And everyone bought a lot of oil to store. Then later in 2022, the organic market went down, the sales went down, and the price on organic oil was almost the same as the price for non-organic oil. Now the situation is changing. Thanks God. And we can reflect on that. And I must also say that the oil market is transforming. I wouldn't like to comment on this specific aspect because the market is not stable, it's not adequate, and it's not calculated. When price fluctuations are active, most of farmers do not sell, producers do not sell, everyone is waiting. It happens once in a few years, so it happens even without war. It was during the COVID pandemic as well. And if you have such information, I would like to ask the following. Except for those 3 to 4 countries that work systemically, is there another niche for Ukrainian processed goods? Are you looking at lecithin or any other products? Why am I asking? Because your um, your main company is abroad, and I think it has more trust because doing business in Ukraine is risky, and we understand that buyers think about it, and they will rather cooperate systematically with the companies who are able to um, remain stable. Our company is in preferential, first of all, because we have huge experience and refined products are sold B2B as an ingredient of different goods, and our main market is Europe.
Є також якісь відвантаження до Китаю, але
There are
контроль
also some
робиться
shipments
окремо
to China,
специфікації
but
Китаю.
a separate
І
certificate is
є
necessary for China, and the volumes are not big.
що стосується Америки,
As to the US,
то ситуація зараз також
the
покращується.
situation is improving.
На жаль, на американському ринку
Unfortunately, on the US
не
market,
завжди чесна, прозора це є прозорість органічного продукту.
the
До речі, виникло питання по
transparency
сої,
of organic products is
коли
sometimes
казали, що
arguable.
Європа ми не хочемо африканську сою.
I had questions as to African soya. We could hear that it goes to the US.
Америка залишається ринком
The US remains a
найбільш
market
цікавим в цьому році, я думаю, для
which is the most interesting for those who engage in processing.
Може Україна вернути там, наскільки ми бачимо, там в 2020 році
Can Ukraine
умови 10 тисяч тонн олії, які продавалися на американський ринок?
go back to the number of 10,000 tons, which was sold to the EU market? Can you please tell us more about the competition? And dear colleagues, all those who have experience of working with the US, please join the discussion. To be honest, it's hard to comment on the year 2020. No, I'm showing the year just as an example that there were sales. I can answer that it's changing. I know that Ukrainian producers have contracts with US. They were signed back in summer, so the American market opens for us. Also, the convention is expensive, so the companies with lack of integrity do not play in this market. At the same time, I will add that the difference between organic and non-organic is going up. It's increasing, and it's a plus for the market players because there is an opportunity of margin and possibility to get additional profit for the development of their own business. There was a question about different schemes as suppliers, and I would like to provide a short quotation here. I will ask you to reflect on that. Approximately a month ago, Timofey Milovanov, he is the next Minister of Economy, so he said that in Harvard Business School, he was told the following: we Ukrainians do not know how to build business relationships. In the understanding of Harvard Business School, business relationships last for the whole life, and for the partners, it's beneficial to maintain the relationship and develop each other. They control their emotions, they maintain their promises. No one tries to lie to anyone or challenge the conditions so they can see joint long-term goal, and they are interested in partners to becoming more successful because they will also benefit from that and become more successful. Who has long-term contracts with farmers and who has long-term contracts with the partners abroad? And how do you manage to combine that, and do you manage to do that on this market? Look, the manufacturers and the end users of sunflower rather maintain long-term relationships without long-term contracts. Yeah, so we have long-term contracts. So we have suppliers of sunflower and oil we regularly cooperate with. But as one of the speakers said during one of the previous discussions, as soon as we have grain in the warehouse, we'll be able to discuss something. We assess the offers of different companies. It's also relevant for external buyers. In 2021-22, there were defaults in Ukraine and in non-organic sunflower. And then back then, everyone learned that forward is a risky direction, and now we have contracts for 3 to 6 months ahead. You had or probably would have nice project Be Organic, and is it working or not, and can we build long-term relationship in this area? Can we reach win-win situation? If we grow together, we go down together. Yes, but we work depending on the market. There are periods when we go to producers of sunflower or buyers and suggest to fix the price for the future, to come up with a formula and fix it so that at any conditions we'd gain 50-50, but most counterparts want to cooperate according to the market conditions. It's hard to sell now if we agreed on something a year ago, but the market is completely different now. Artem, how does it work with you? We process what is ours. I mean, you are more involved in farming. You accompany them with experts, etc., with harvesting. You know, farmers are the least reliable element in this scheme because they do not know the price they want to sell it. And basically, today, the those who process or experts face the biggest difficulties, and it has always been like that. I understand that. Let's take the model you use in your work. Is it closer to the farmer? And the principles they follow? Because if you can look at different aspects of the processes and share the positive dynamics with the farmer, it's easier for them to give the products. I can say that farmers always get reimbursements according to the market conditions.
Ми так само його вартість рахуємо по ринку.
And we also calculate the
виробництвом
the
Вся додана
price of
вартість,
their
вона
products
фактично
according to the market condition,
вартості
and
товару.
the added value is mine,
Дякую.
except for the price of processing. Thank you, Volodymyr.
У нас дещо, можливо, дещо більше досвід з
We
контрактами.
probably have a bigger experience working.
Тобто, зазвичай на
Well,
біофазі
usually
вже можуть говорити насправді про майбутній бізнес з фермерами.
We can discuss future business with farmers, and it depends on financial cash flow of farmers. If they are underfunded, they are ready to sign contracts for future. If they have enough money, they can take the decision that they will sign contracts based on the amount of harvest. But it's a bit different now because last year farmers could not sell sunflower at good prices, so they were rather eager to sign forward contracts. If our audience also includes farmers, I would like to say that
потужності так само, як і в конвенції, більше, ніж сировини, тому конкуренція буде завжди.
Competition will always be there.
Гарні культури для
Oil seeds are nice crops, and here there is no difference between organic and conventional crops. Thank you. Ms. Oleha, did you think about the model for the future? What's your view of that? Do you have any strategy? Well, it must be an ideal model, and that's something we would like to have, but basically organic market is much more narrow than conventional, and we know each other very well. We know the producers, the processing companies, so we often call each other and meet each other. So basically, in this organic family, that's why I said good evening, dear family. So within this family, we're in good relationships. We agree on something for long term, and producers also agree on something. It happens, and it's all right. But there are no negative trends. When people say that Ukrainians are not friendly, they are enemies between each other, but it's not true. There are exceptions. Of course, I would like to mention them. There are some companies that lack integrity in this area of organic crops. Producers, I mean those who grow and offer raw materials. And they won't be with us forever because they will do something bad once and we will instantly know who did it. For example, if I buy half a unit and my colleagues buy another half of a unit, we call each other and we understand that we were not treated equally. And such a person won't remain in this organic family for long. We work with organic standards, and I can say that they set a standard in terms of quality. Raw materials producers know that we will later go to the surveyors from organic standards, and they might refuse to sell at this point. That is a criterion for us because if you do not sell to organic standards, it means that you're probably hiding something.
Well, we seem to have segued to the most critical issue. We have 4 processing companies, and there are a couple more out there in the market. And we heard complaints, not enough raw material. So what are the problems with the raw material? I understand that every year is different from one another, but okay, seed materials, organic certification, transitioning to organic certification. Maybe there is some dynamics. Alexander, can we start with you? Seeds. Well, this is not for the processing company, for the group, probably. We buy in advance. Don't forget that we grow our own soya and we have a seed facility. But we typically work with one company. They don't condition it for this, and we buy in the fall. So looking at your customer supplied, do you have raw materials available? Did you made any estimates? Well, by the new year, we hope we'll be able to complete our pre-commissioning testing and finish processing of 2023 sunflower seeds. Given that we have 10 to 12,000 tons of organic sunflower seeds, it'll be then, yeah, there'll be some idle time, maybe 10 days a month. That's according to our estimates. Yeah, we are open. If someone comes and offers something of interest to us, we won't say no. Volodymyr, how's your utilization rate, raw materials? Raw material, more or less in line with the organic sector trends, generally speaking. If compared to a pre-war time, there were more producers, but yeah, we lost part of Kherson region where sunflower used to be grown. Two farmers, our farmers, converted to conventional, unfortunately. So I'd say processing companies depend on organic farming generally, and that stats you showed earlier, another 20 businesses joined organic production. So would be interesting to know more about them. Maybe it's some craft businesses. Did you do your maths? What's the share of sunflower in Ukraine, give or take? 30, 36, 40, 45, what? Good question. About 40, I'd say, yeah? 35 to 40, right, within this range. I'd say that we're gonna get a better picture if our farmers are balanced against the profitability of their crops, so they don't live by sunflower, by oil seeds. Logistics to Europe gets a lot, so our farmers have to be supported to work in probably processors need to say we need to have 100,000, and then farmers start growing 100,000 tons sunflower. From my own experience, 1 ton of organic sunflower in Kherson is much better than 1 ton of conventional sunflower. No matter what happened with the climate, people want to eat. We don't have anything to offer but seeds materials. We never bought any preconditioned.
Максимум то 22 рік, так, плюс-мінус 23, тобто під 21 тисячу. Решта експортується насіння?
The rest, 20,000, the rest is, I am yet to see organic seeds exports. Maybe 100, 200 tons. All the rest was processed. No, I mean, if we say 35, 40,000 tons available, we see only 20,000 processed. So the surplus. Question is gonna fight over it or compete? Who told you this is surplus in organic? It's a special question for organic standard, for their surveyors. Well, this is a panel discussion after all. Let's have a discussion. You say that processing volumes exceed those of raw materials available. But if we look at these figures, you see that we have twice as much raw materials. If processing can buy and go into idle mode, maybe someone makes erroneous estimates of the market. 6,000 now, we already found it. Organic standard clients exported over 3,000 tons of organic. Another 3,000 tons. So I'll try and explain this stats. 2022. For several months we couldn't process because the enemy was very close, so all we had to be shipped to Europe. Well, we just wanted to rescue part of the supplies. So this is
якийсь тренд по Молдові, я розумію, по соняшнику.
There is, I understand, some trends associated with Moldova. Well, of course, the war made some companies revise their supply chains, but closer to New Year, well, we have to be mindful of time. So a very short question, speaking of development and support. Short-term, long-term, where do you see government supports? helpful, or maybe international technical assistance, that it help you grow volumes, find new markets. Let's talk future for a bit. I understand that uncertainties of the wartime are immense, but still, where is that safety, so to speak, net? Speaking of Ukrolia, we have been going on fairly independently. Our main goal is to increase high olein content in both organic and conventional, non-organic. Organic high olein are healthy oils, so we are moving fairly independently. And to add to this discussion of volumes, okay, let's assume 40 to 50,000 tons of organic sunflower is grown on an annual basis. However, there are some changes. In previous years, 30 to 35 used to be processed, 5 to 10 exported as sunflower seeds. This year, okay, let's put it at 40,000 ton crops now that the new plants are in operation. The overall capacity is 80,000. So basically, this means overall shortage of raw materials because all plants, if put in operation, could crush up to 20 million tons. Oh yes, this is a very difficult question. Dream on. So me as a producer, I would appreciate help during transition from conventional to organic. I think that owners should invest in processing. This is my point of view, to sit and wait before the government brings some carrot to you. It's war, a lot of expenses. We are short of personnel. We follow news every day to see how many people could be remain on staff. So what I would appreciate help is during transition to organic, because after all, transition to organic is a win-win for everyone. Human agro holdings, those who are capable of doing this, help with building a base of raw materials, and then you'll kick in as a commercial component and get the market going. Thank you. Artem? Nothing, just let me be. No. The reality looks differently when you live in Kherson. No plans for tomorrow, look. No plans when you are out in the street and hear it coming. You don't want to plan, to dream, to envision. It's, well, once it's over, we'll be ready for more radical solutions. Yeah, it's a hobby, probably, like a hobby. Volodymyr? Gleb has already mentioned the government has probably other more important priorities. VAT reimbursement, of course, something we can appreciate. Not always this was the case. From the point of view of priority issues, I think that organic businesses need to work more in order to prevent fraudulent operations. They sell non-organic disguised as organic. Not as many cases nowadays as there used to be before, but certification authority, I'm sure, could, well, how it occurred to me that certification authorities could track the yields by farmers so they don't whitewash the situation. You have satellites up there that help assess the crops so that farmers don't include forests. Well, they don't do it now, but in previous years this could not have been excluded, but now it's one of those risks that can be effectively controlled. But at any rate, processing companies would be happy if farmers are happy. So if there is any help available, it should go the farmers' way. And USAID, well, they may find it possible to finance some new projects related to equipment. Refining is nice, but look, hulling facilities, again, this is something which is high, but in order to be successful, you need to think big. From where I sit, this is not the case. Currently, there's the trend because the seed quality in Europe is kind of inferior. Bulgarians can't supply kernel. This is my take on it. So I think that we need to make sure that both farmers and consumers grow. If farmers are happy, processing companies would be happy.
I can say on behalf of the newly established enterprises, if they were called critical, it would be easier because you start employing employees, they are being drafted, you just provided training for them, and the conscription offices come for them the next day. And we have women, of course, but they cannot do everything in our enterprises. So we would like for newly established enterprises to become critical for at least a year, to be able to teach something, and we'd like to decrease tax burden. You can see that there are no programs for the newly created enterprise. So either you have a big experience or you are on your own. I will comment on that. As to USAID program, we have open programs for equipment, and the applicants have to be enterprises that have been operating for a few years already, because USAID AGRO Program will come to a close in 2026. So you need to purchase the equipment, which will take 6 to 12 months to be shipped, and you have to collect indicators. That's why there are such restrictions for newly established enterprises. And it's not okay, but in addition to the USAID AGRO Program, there are many other programs that appear, and I'd advise you to look for them and start developing using grant money. There are very nice cases that make an impact. That's a short comment as to us. I will briefly sum up our today's panel discussion. Thank you for being open as much as possible. As to the volumes, there is still room to grow. There are raw materials. As to the statement that Ukrainians do not know how to negotiate and remain systemic in business relationships, I would like to give an example. Everyone abstained, but the companies interact, they cooperate, some of them supply goods, others process them. So this statement is not true as we see that, but from the point of view of our partners, it may seem like that because our period is very complicated. We have war and other issues related to the lack of human resources, etc. So we need to think about how we should work on that, how to develop our own business, how to develop our economy, and compete on international markets together. Thank you, dear colleagues, for this panel discussion. And questions? Okay, we have a question. Thank you very much for your speeches. We are also in oil business, and among panelists, there are not all the actors in this area. We've kept growing in terms of our volumes since we accessed this market. We are all speaking about high olein sunflower. It synthesizes oleic acid on steps with no drastic changes of temperatures. We know it, and the biggest part of such territories are occupied. For over 10 years, we were trying to achieve good volumes. We did, and we doubled the number of raw materials. Are you talking about Ukraine, the whole Ukraine? I will end the thought. So the plant we worked with was also in southern Ukraine, so the potential was bigger, but the problem was in raw materials. First, high olein sunflower. It, everything which is higher territorially is a risk. This year we will manage, next year there will be a problem. Second aspect, how many years of pause do we need? 7 years in organic crops. So we are saying today that there are currently approximately 40,000 tons of sunflower in Ukraine. What's the amount of processing? 150 multiplied by 30 is 150. 45,000. It's a catastrophe. We have a catastrophe, let's face it. I do not know what kind of programs we need because we doubled the raw materials and now we have third part of our raw materials comparing to the pre-war level. I would like to ask a question here. Well, we exported the maximum of 8 100,000 tons of oil. As to the next year, it will be the situation will be worse because there are floods in Europe and we cannot access the US market. Do you know why we did not access it? Because there were power outages. We had to operate like that, and your plant must have felt it. You were saying that generators will not save us because it will not be reasonable. Uh, do we have a few more minutes? Well, in ideal world, when everything works well, where math works, price is good, logistics, no, logistics is out of equation here. How much can Ukraine export? I'm not speaking about internal market. You work in the US market, European market. You raised your hand, so please tell us what's the potential of growth if we produce 40 tons, we export 20 tons, and 96 tons of processing capacities. I think we have to achieve 100,000 tons of sunflower. We have multiplied it on 7, and we will get the number of hectares we have to use, and that's how we'll know who we have to encourage, who we have to help to be able to work potentially. I think it's a very positive end of the discussion. In 2 years, together, including our partners, 4 years. All right, 4 years. Ukraine should get the number of 100,000 tons of sunflower seeds. Is that it? Thanks, everyone. Yes, thank you. We have a short delay, and I have a short announcement. There is lounge down over there, and you will be able to network in this area to continue this discussion. I would like to show you one more thing. I planned to do it earlier, but it will take just a minute. You could see the market study. That's what we do every year. We try to be objective, and we do it first of all for the operators of organic market. And we were using also the cost of South. So we created a ranking of top 5 exporters of added value products because that's what we strive to. We do not want to choose top 10 exporters according to the volume of raw materials. So there are some companies whose representatives we have here today. We take the data from 2023 as a base, and the Polar company is on the first place according to the revenues and the volumes. Then Ukrainian. It's a leader of oil market. Atam knows these figures very well. Skwirsky. These 3 companies were represented today. They participated actively in the discussion. There are other companies you probably do not know, but it's Nature Green company, which exports mushrooms from the Zakarpattia region, and Livak company, which produces juice. So that's our top 5. And I would like to sum up. Thank you, everyone, for finding an opportunity and time to attend our conference. A big thank you to our organizers partners, USAID Agro Company, USAID Agro Program for support, Organic Initiative for its support, Office for the Development of Entrepreneurship and Export, all the producers and processing companies participating in the discussion. You're all professionals. I think it was very interesting to hear from you. And big thanks to the interpreters. It was not easy for them, and Creator company which helped us to organize this event, and participants. That's everyone, I hope. And we will try to hold similar events in the similar format next year. We will have important days in summer, so we will meet each other again. Again, on Sunday, we have a day of agricultural specialists, so I would like to invite everyone to the lounge zone. Please help yourself. Enjoy the evening. Thank you.